absolute game changer. Number one, the first step to tackling your credit card debt is understanding how much debt you actually have and how long it can follow you.
No trades until Jerome Powell.
Buyers want to pay as little as possible, and sellers...
Weeks. Here's how the last couple of weeks played out, I should say. Down here we have congestion, followed by upside breakout, followed by congestion, followed by a downside breakout. Now we're right back in the middle of this range, going back to mid-June. Yesterday we tested our weekly kickoff low here at 81.50, bounced right off of it, closed just above it. Overnight we got some more downside follow-through. Volume has been a bit light, but it's increasing a little bit, so this break does have some validity, a little bit of strength of this range going back to mid-June. I think yesterday we tested our weekly kickoff right here at 81.50 of this range right off of it. Those guys up as high going back. Overnight we got some more downside follow-through. We just dropped this. It's a decent zone to look for here. Let's call it a 80-60 to 80-20 area. I think it's going to take a lot to break through here, but this could turn into a nice target area if you're looking to trade from the short side today. Zoom into a 30-minute chart real quick. Better look at that zone I just drew. All right. Here is yesterday's price action. We opened yesterday with a gap lower. See it here. Right on the 8 o'clock open, we returned to fill that gap right on the regular trading hours open. Tested the lower end of this consolidation range from last week, then ran lower to take out the initial balanced low and test the weekly kickoff low down here at 81.50. We chopped around there for quite a bit. After that, we just came back to settle right near the volume point of control, which I have at 81.91. Pretty whippy price action of crude oil yesterday. This morning, some decent movement, sideways movement, but it's been a bit volatile. We took out yesterday's lows, rallied back into value from yesterday, and then we started to fall out of bed again just recently. We're back below weekly kickoff low, tested it a couple more times going into the open. We tested it right on the 8 o'clock Central Time open, and now we're coming off of it just a little bit right now. It did not open with a gap. We opened inside range, but outside value from yesterday. Trading a little bit lower now. We have not yet taken out the overnight lows. I do like to see overnight lows taken out, so that would be our first step, our first stop, I should say. Overnight low right now is at 80.81, and then I have this zone down here, call it 80.60 to 80.20. Didn't line up just right, but again, I think this is a good downside target if you're playing it from the short side today and this weakness continues. This could be a good area to start maybe scaling in a position or taking a nice cheap long position with a defined risk. All right, last but not least, we got 1 minute left. Let's hit the gold. I need a daily chart though. All right. So, in all, yesterday, August contract in gold traded in a $22 range, settled at $23.67, 0.9 up $4.40 on the day. Total volume was 252,000 contracts traded, and we lost more than 26,000 in open interest. So again, here's that big symmetrical triangle that we've been talking about. Broke out last Wednesday, closed above the upper trend line here. Got some nice follow through with this rip higher on Friday. On decent volume. Monday, definitely an inside day. Looked like we were going to return to test the upper trend line. Didn't quite make it down there. Yesterday we tested Friday's low down here, bounced right off. Friday's low was at 23.56. Yesterday's low was 356 hit it to the tick. Couldn't break through it though. This morning we see some buyers stepping in early. There's some major indecision in this market right now. We're still right in the middle of this range going back here to April. And as I mentioned yesterday, we've seen a number of large technical patterns fail to play out in this market the last couple of months. I mentioned them yesterday, I'll mention them again. We had this double top here, failed to follow through. We had a bearish descending wedge pattern, failed to follow through. I'm not going to draw them in right now. And now we have this giant symmetrical triangle which broke out. We broke out of last week, and we're still waiting for some real momentum higher, some follow through higher. Just not getting it. At the end of the day, this market remains range bound, and that's about it. 30-minute chart, real quick. All right, yesterday you spent most of the day trading inside range, inside value from Monday. Took out Monday's high by just a few tickies, then rotated back inside value to close right around Monday's settlement price, just a few dollars higher on the day. This morning, overnight inventory, long into the open. Opening with a gap higher, so gap rules will apply in the gold market today. If prices don't return to fill this gap in a timely fashion, then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. In this case, that would be higher. Our gap fill will be yesterday's regular trading hours high, 23.78.30. Overnight, that's about it. We're out of time, aren't we? It's 8:26. Okay, that's it. Your gap fill, 23.78.30. Gapping higher in gold. All right, let's wrap it up, buddy.
All right, my friends, don't go away here because we got Andre, MP, Deanna, and Nick for a tick coming up here for Fast Markets, and we'll be right back.
property. Because I was so upset at the fact that I had that whole trade planned out.
Alright, we're live. We're live. Welcome to Topstep TV, everybody. This is Fast Markets. A minute after the bell came in, no big deal. They're hopping off the order right there. The man to the right, my goodness, look at that. Beautiful. Oh my god, Thomas said that is this for me. Well, that is Deanna. Let's get right into it. D, what are we looking at here on the open since the sun is in the NASDAQ?
I'm gonna wait. I mean, there's some value at pushing back down with BS because working is like waiting outside of value. Other than that, I didn't really see all that much. I looked at some stats for gold on Wednesdays. They're not looking that great. We're roughly 50 something. Give it some time. And crude oil, it's okay. Yeah, I'm probably going to be stacking my hands for a while. Just looking at data, waking up, and, calculating as usual. So yeah, some patience here with me.
That cowboy over there. Explain why you're wearing the hats. Can you explain why you look so good in that hat? Yes. Just go talk to me.
I guess when you're a trader and I guess when you have kind of proven that you can trade just by any asset, just by looking at things and kind of making it work. And you're looking at these challenges here at Topstep, you gotta rep the hat the second you get it. So I received it late last week and figured I gotta throw this on and I heard it on the show today.
You look great in it. Congratulations.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the market.
Yeah, you know, said they have a little fun on the show today.
We got so fun out here in the NASDAQ. Yeah, downside. And okay, your things on brokers. S&P's very, very quiet lately. All up and on there. Nick, what are we looking at? Levels. NASDAQ, I'm bullish, bearish. We'll be sitting on our hands. What are we here?
Well, we're sitting at all-time highs in the middle of the summer, so there's not a whole lot to do outside of look where we get to buy. We are basically sitting with all the overnight inventory probably being long, more or less. I mean, kind of had a weird algorithmic, just, almost like no down ticks the entire Euro session, or Euro open until now. So realistically, I'm looking for maybe a rotation down towards the 700s, kind of the overnight low in that 690 area, potentially long. Otherwise, I'm getting ready to hit the airlines here and kick us off with another new all-time high.
Well, let's have fun today. Yes, the Black Stetson does look the best. That's not age. SSS. Level for 563 for a gap fill. Yes, 563. 5634 downside for a gap fill. And as I come right to you, I got you at 20,734. Last trade 20,708. Top of the check, you will see.
a daily level. I always have it open on my screen. Got a new format, which is easy to digest. So take a look here as the trade goes on. Let that house come over here in a little bit. And he does get in. Tilt 74% short ES right now. Maybe when you see most of the league line 75% long. We're going to look at 74% short in the ES. Yesterday we did have house movement. A little more of that. Eddie, before to my man Eddie, to take a look at the calendar he's been on since opening call. Eddie, what you got right now? Understand.
Up in just at the top of the hour here, we're going to have our good friend Jerome Paul going to be speaking second of the week. Also, we'll be having wholesale trade sales during that time. In about an hour, crude oil inventories. Scrolling down here, we also do have a country, 11 o'clock Atlanta Fed. 12 o'clock 10-year note auction. A little later on today, Woolsey will be speaking in the afternoon, followed actually at the same time as we'll see member Goldman. So there you have it. This evening, Governor Cook will be speaking. Let's on that right now and on the wire for us. Thank you, Andre.
You did a great job yesterday on the wire. All testimony, nothing really marking or burst shattering. Good job navigating those questions. One of those questions, not exactly the most hard hitting. Kennedy went after him. Pretty decent there on the hills. He represents that. Go for all day. Quite open here, G. You got SSS in the chat looking for a gap fill. That's 56.34. We're currently trading 56.41.
Yeah, that's about trade. Yeah, it's not the biggest profit margin, which is why I'm not too keen on it. I would actually like to see it go to build a value incentives, which would improve the profit margin of that trade. And then after that, it's probably a gap so, same old. But yeah, that's the reason why I'm not looking at the gap fill, because it's not that much space until we actually hit the value high and B1 as well.
Yes, this is the one that's starting with yesterday. So you're back and forth. How much real time trading through? What changes are? So you're changing your strategies, putting up, adapting. Please recap what you're talking about market strategy.
Yes, it does seem to be with timing of the entries. So we have crude oil that's vastly reduced its liquidity, and on a day-to-day basis, the range that we are facing now is about 115 ticks, as opposed to 300, 400, 500 ticks that we had actually only like a year or two ago. So that required a little bit of an adaptation with the entry timing. So right now, I'm mainly looking for failure of the breakouts, and then I'm using both and 1 minute time frame to try and get in on the very edges of those ranges. It's sort of like looking for those spot lines and then for another candle to come back into the range a little bit before I basically get involved. And that's that's really the only thing that I've changed. But it took a while, and I really took about 3 months to get forward to where I wanted to be. I was also able to reduce my stop loss count to about 17 ticks rather than 35. Sometimes that 35 ticks in a 100-tick range is a little bit too big. Just simple ways to optimize that. I looked at a lot of my stats and how I can make better. So a lot of journaling and a lot of testing, probably combine, see whether I can make it work. And then once I was reasonably confident in what I was doing, I just started doing that in my life. So that's pretty much it. So it was just mainly the timing and the issue for me. The balance is still the same. Still looking for favorite options or sustainable options. The timing of the entries goes up.
Very better trade right there. Adapting, changing, testing, on the sim trade, cracks, half on the live. Hope you sure made 4 figures yesterday. Good on you, P. That's really awesome to see. That's big stuff. Big stuff. Let's look back at the numbers. There's some liquidity movers. The ladder here in S&P's downside, I'm seeing some. We got about 56.39, quarter to 56.38, 3/4. The hell is still on the good there. So the upside, for the highs of the day, 56.45, all the way up to 56.45, 50. Nothing else on our
Order closed.
pretty upside and downside. Nick, we're waiting for Steve Guy to come out this morning. I'm clearly only an interesting headspace when I think CPIs today. I don't actually know what day it is. Yeah, I know I'm going on topstep TV. But yeah, I thought CPI was this morning. So naturally, instead of doing my typical, morning run, workout, whatever it is in the free market, I decided to grab some coffee and sit here at my desk and just kind of be hanging out, watching, doing a few things. Waiting for the CPI number at 7:30 a.m. my time. And that CPI number never came, but once I realized, oh, that's tomorrow. Oops. Yeah. So yeah, it's important to check financial trends, check topstep and look at the news releases, the data drops, and have an idea what day
When
it
did
is.
you realize? When did you realize?
7:31. When I didn't see a kind of seizure candle in MQ, I assumed probably nothing was released today.
We've got I'll be here about 15 minutes. I need to, okay, so I guess we're all going to make any trades out today.
No, not in my long account. Like I said, I'm looking for maybe the low, the high sixes, low sevens to potentially long. Yeah, so nothing I'm really jumping out of the gate to do just yet.
Any trades yet?
No, not so yet. Still waiting, so I typically try not to get involved before the initial rounds. Today, I caught with some other stuff, so I'm going to trade one down. But yeah, I'm just actually this was like another
We were talking about this on Power Hour yesterday with Austin. So the initial balance, can you talk about the initial balance and how long it takes for it to get started?
It's typically 1 hour of the regular trading hours of the electrical trading, which will be slightly different for equities. It's going to be slightly different for crude oil, and it's going to be slightly different for gold as well. But all in all, it is that first hour of the day. I base my decisions on what sort of correction do we have, depending on how the price acts around the edges of the initial balance. So, and whether we're extending it to both sides or to one side. If you get an extension to both sides at some point of the day, that typically minimizes the odds of trending lows. So you shouldn't be looking for breakouts, unless we have some very specific things or some kind of a catalyst. But usually when you see the double extension, double breakout of the initial balance, you can potentially look for a level to fade the move either side. That's been something that that happens very frequently during the summertime. If you have the single-sided extensions, then you can look at how strong that option is. To me, 11 years ago, when I was first introduced to the concept, this was a complete game changer to what I was looking at. Like suddenly I had context that I never had before. And that's why people to this day, this is also why I don't really like to get involved during the initial balance, because I feel like I don't have enough context about the kind of thing that we have. And typically every time I am patient and I stick away from creating the initial balance, my day goes really well. Every time I break that rule, it always feels like it just smacked me right across my face. So when I say stop doing that, nevertheless, we smack my face. Okay. Yeah, and the initial balance is something that anyone can include in their trading, even if you're not into profile, you can still look at that first hour, just the lines and see how it goes throughout.
If you have been bounced around, it's going to through it. It's Nasdaq buyers did step in. All-time highs here. Oil trading $81.06. High cents. Put it back right. Hold on. We'll have that just yet. Time being. Nick, over your sweet patient today. What are you looking for? Did you just need buying pullbacks?
I mean, I'm basically making the all-time high here. But yeah, I'm probably going to be patient. I've done better the last few days. I've kind of been patient, letting at least the 30-minute range kind of set. It just seems like sellers are kind of getting nowhere. We've had a little bit of downside momentum. It seems like almost every session, maybe in the first few minutes, and then they just tend to get ripped shortly thereafter to an all-time high, at least for the last 5 or 6 sessions. So I kind of been waiting for that, whatever you want to call that, institution-driven, algorithmic, whatever. let that kind of clear itself out, and then see if I can take a trade to either side, whether that's a rare thing for me, which would be joining the longs after they make an all-time high, most likely trying to short it. But with a weird day
Order
today, I
filled.
would be surprised.
Shitty.
You know, do some weird F3 CPI hedging moves. You know, we've got Powell talking, so I'm not in a giant rush to do really anything today, because the day before CPI historically, I feel like you get a couple of random moves out of nowhere in both directions. So it is a day to remember to kind of just be smart, kind of get a couple of wins. You know, there's nothing wrong with, you know, walking away for the rest of the day.
I want to touch on one thing that you first came on. You're very keen to look at the options and us inspired. What did you see in the options lately? Because you got that right there in front of you. So what's your take? What's your take on the options?
Yeah, the zero years are just not. I wouldn't say something. So they're not being as aggressive. I mean, they're doing things, but they're waiting till the last 10, 15 minutes of the day. So I don't put as much weight on it anymore. I would say the start of the session, I'm more so looking at the last, you know, where is it sitting at power hour, which I don't really trade, and then where is it sitting kind of the last 30 minutes as we head into LOC and things like that. They just, you know, I think it's a lot of the time that the option guys are clearly on vacation right now, and maybe it's the interns or whoever using billions of leverage to kind of move markets in the last few minutes, but they haven't been as active the last few weeks. So for me, I just haven't been paying as much of attention to it outside of the big round number strike, which right now is 5,600. Outside of us counting that, I would not be looking for, you know, much anything crazier beyond that, just given the low volume and everything else we're seeing. And we're about 10 points below that on ES to SPX spread, basically, right now. I think it's roughly about 10 points higher to get us to the 600, yeah. But yeah, it's still important, but I'm waiting for those option traders and guys at the option desk that have been kind of in the markets for the last year or so to kind of come back when the volume comes back. So realistically, I think that's important again as we get closer to Jackson Hole and, you know, kind of when August and September volume kind of comes back.
Okay, makes sense. So we kind of split a little bit. What are they went?
Alright, good morning everybody. Nothing's really going on right now, so I'll get on here in a second. Obviously, we're going to leave Paul speak. Just as a reminder, I'll put that on here too, just so you guys can see. Good morning. I know you guys are still tripping in. You guys are all like, dude, he's not doing a live today. What the heck? Here I am. Anyway, so we got Powell speaking in about 15 minutes or so. I knew the market wasn't really gonna respond much. As we can see here on the NASDAQ, it came down and pushed right back up off that the VWAP. The S&P is still within its same price action that it had in the pre-market. And then Tesla, same thing. So let's wait till Powell speaks and then we'll get. And I just switch my mic over so it should sound a lot better. Yes. There you go. Alright, cool. But yeah, let's wait till news. We got about 10 minutes or so. And then we'll go from there. Don't let the little nerd ding. Alright.
The 2 hours she's on right now on topstep. Another 21 hours of market time that's open. That's so really quick in the upper left hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag fast markets. So kindly hit us up on Twitter at my bad. And all-time highs in the NASDAQ.
Got me.
20,800.
It's alright.
New all-time highs. Outgoing there is on the airport all day today.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. Anyways, hashtag fast markets, upper left hand corner. This on my Twitter. This on my
Dang, that is dumping though.
swag, memes, battle stations, certificates, all that good stuff. Love to share here on fast markets. We'll put that on to you guys over about a couple hours. In the meantime, we're continuing to make new all-time highs as Cowboy, the sheriff, lower right there, very bottom.
Yeah, I gotta wait for Pal.
Well,
everything is green outside of basically Meta today with the stocks that matter. And Meta's basically flat.
21,000. Just 21,000.
Let's say I made the joke when we were trading at like 16,000 a couple months ago that if I get a SPX, or not SPX, if I get an MQ 20,000 Texas license plate to throw on my truck, that, you know, it basically will signify a limit down, or, you know, it just finally will sell off this market. And keep in mind, this is a couple months ago, and of course we've not pierced that. So clearly I need to just shoot a little higher and go, you know, MQ 30,000 is my license plate, and maybe that'll finally get us a correction.
30K. 30K,
The
yeah.
way it's going, the way it's going, we're gonna get there, but we have to go this way.
Exactly. So clearly, I will make that sacrifice for the rest of us so that we can get a pullback.
Good morning, everyone else that's tuning in. Again, about 9 minutes or so, then we'll have Bell speaking. In the meantime, there's really nothing much to say. Report on as we're just waiting.
Meantime, what's your goodbye? I'm the open right here. To expect all stuff coming out in about 9 minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if it's from yesterday, but hey, anything can happen. It can change. It's one of those times people actually ask a good question. Those questions, like,
Everything's gonna go crazy again. No, you won't.
yes.
We didn't go over yesterday. Meantime, as we do wait, so let me maximize that. So, take a look. So we can see here.
That would be yes.
Yesterday, once news did happen, we just stayed within this sideways channel. Right? We just stayed here from 556 up to this 557 range. And that's all that happened. Nothing else. We just, you know, came up and came down. These are very predictive patterns. You know, as you start to see yourself having a support, and you saw, okay, well, earlier we're at a support, well, maybe I'll go along here. And that's not really my style, though. I don't really like taking these little moves from like 556.4 to 566.6. That's like a 27 move. Those are very short and quick moves. Not really my cup of tea, but that's the activity. So again, we're at all-time lows. Even I'm surprised, to be honest with you, that we are above yesterday's high. Where the S&P started taking off today. Whereas with the NASDAQ, if we go back and look at the NASDAQ, during the pre-market, we were still within our high of yesterday. So that to me made more sense. So kind of surprised that the S&P broke up a little bit more. But nonetheless, we're at all-time highs. I don't really see momentum yet to want to continue to break. Also keep in mind the rest of this week, we have quite a bit of news, right? So the rest of this week, we have average day. Aside from Powell speaking at 1 o'clock Eastern, we have the 10-year bond at a medium impact. Tomorrow, we have core CPI right before the market is, with our 30-year bond in the later intraday. And then on Friday, we first half hour in the market, we have our PPI, and we have our sentiment. And then from there, we should start to clean up. So,
elected representatives here in the states. I don't know how much parliament is.
What the impact today is going to be on House speaks, because all the heavy news that are going to be this week, honestly, for many of you that are beginners, I would just say just take off, which I just see in our numbers, people are definitely picking up, so, which I encourage.
That's who's running our countries.
So the chat does have the IT crowd.
Yeah, I think that was Twitter, so yeah.
Still seeing gold pushing higher here.
But I wanted to be out here for another half hour. I started the live late just because I knew that the first half hour was going to be complete dog shit, as proven true so far. And then we'll see what we get once Powell speaks. And then we'll just kind of go from there.
very nice stock with also of those levels that might right now I'm not seeing that sitting on my eyes. Then the ADR high level.
But in the meantime, if you guys have questions, feel free to type them in and I'll try to help
So there's no zone here of how it's like about 14 ticks is my zone of interest shorts, but then you don't get that, then I'll just have to take my hands and just stay out. It's not part of my plan. Being
what
wrong.
I'm looking for
That's
is
my interest
a
wise.
break apart pre-markets.
Do long trades and circles and zones. That's something that I'm
2700
trying
actually is
to do.
still coming. We're on the way back to trade now. I had 2740 markets as my target for today. We obviously have the beat off, so I'm gonna base it off of this quick now. So
Amazon coming at a big round number at 200, and I know triple Qs are sitting right at 500, so that may act as a little resistance.
Next
today.
in-person boot camp, we're in July. I was gonna do August, but to be 100% truthful with you, I just wanted to enjoy myself because they have their camps going to the lake, doing stuff with them, and so I just wanted to bring but September we will be having one, so look out for that. In September, that'll be local here in
3
California.
minutes, and our good friend
I was planning for August,
in the podium.
and maybe I still keep it August. I feel like there's a little too close.
Up at 9 o'clock.
And then,
Look at the 3% prior.
And then the barbecue. I got pushed back for many of you that know that joined the live stream. Got pushed back to
We do.
August,
That's
the
what
8th of August.
Some stuff.
I will never, ever, ever do another online boot camp. The only reason we did during that time
Oh, good. I guess so. Well, I think it was too, like last night, perusing the internet and Twitter and things, and you see everyone putting out, I think it was JP Morgan, maybe with B&A's CPI projections, that if we're at a 3%, for a 0.3% like month over month, it'll lead like a 2%. You kind of that's good to see that. Like, so we're still having increases month over month in inflation, but now it's like another 2% around that. But I think that's kind of why I was sitting there thinking, oh, it's tomorrow. So then seeing based on the data points going on.
Yeah, I hear you.
do a mic share online.
El Calvi in Chester, good coach T is really
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean, as we're sitting here waiting, why not, right? I have a minute and a half. The first reason, first and foremost, is people record, even though they're told not to, and then that information goes out, and then there's people that put it on Reddit and things like that. So number one is intellectual property protection, right? So protecting our info that I share during those boot camps. That's like the main. The second is from a learning perspective. Is like if you watch an online course, and even sometimes here, there's some things that you guys retain, that's some things you tune out. Whereas in person, because you're there, I can see your eyeballs if you're fucking paying attention, right? So it almost forces you to pay extra attention. As well as having hands-on experience, like the hands-on, being able to literally look you in the eyes and talk with you and go over your screen and having that human element and helping you out. That has a whole nother dynamic. For those that have gone to in-person, they could probably speak on the huge differences between the two, and in-person is nothing comes close to it, in my opinion. Which eventually we will be doing very soon here in person one-on-ones as well. I have noticed a huge impact in-person one-on-ones have for people versus in-person Zoom. So
which will be looking at the future. So
maybe more and more, aside from live trading, but more and more towards in-person activities. Plus, it's nice to meet, it's nice getting to connect, getting to network, getting to shake somebody's hand and tell them thank you. Every single morning at the boot camp, I went around to every single person, good morning, thank you, hugs here and there, right? This is being human, which I feel like many people forgot.
0.3 coming in the third, 0.4%.
Wait, and that's not your S&P. Okay, got you. Yeah, all right, cool. Both sides. All right, cool. All right, go ahead.
Yes, once you have that initial bounce done, you might find the first trade after that. That would pretty much be the end of the first part of the day for me. And then you have the real lunchtime when everything slows down. At the same time, on certain days you can't find food. So the next that comes off on the real close. So that might be a second thing that I started just to the end of that push. Balance. Once that's over, you probably get just another reversal to second before the crude oil. And then with ES, you could get another reversal or short squeeze or whatever is happening for the last hour.
Yeah, smaller range. I think
You know,
we got big data coming, CPI core, and PPI on Friday, so I don't think any really big moves.
Tesla's starting to break its pre-market support. They're at 262. So watch Tesla for
Man, everything's looking bullish, but
we have
I'm
the
just
S&P
gonna wait.
and the NASDAQ in opposing sentiments here. We have the S&P pushing up here, making a new high on the day, whereas with the NASDAQ, not quite very above its moving, but it's not pushing up. I don't see that.
Man,
I like Tesla.
it's looking bullish, man. Here comes Powell. Powell's speaking. Powell is speaking.
Last week, major investment, 12 million barrels.
Nothing. Went out the door.
The middle, just like you said. It was a holiday trade, but again, it's a whole bunch of nothing. It's sort of like, yeah, so our 50s and 2400s, it goes, so it has been resistance, correct? Time to see 2400s and go up.
2394. We're not quite at 2400 yet, but there is some supply here. I have the average range divided at 2394. We still want to go up there. Now I'll be kind of tracking what's going on with roadmap. And some orders at the top, so there might be trade there. Yeah. I would like to get it a little bit closer to the top. I know because we're in the summertime and chasing momentum trades.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother. I'm gonna step away. Do you know how long he's talking for?
91.5, 92 area, maybe even.
He's talking for 15 or 30 minutes.
That would be.
Let me check.
So we will come for this stack of orders around this level, but also slightly further up between 293 to around. So they might want to go grab some.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices.
Shut up. It's weird, man, because Nvidia's dumping, ES and SPY's pumping. Wow. Yeah. Just hold off for a little bit. Good plan, brother. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. 30 minutes? Okay. So he started, what time did he speak at? At 9. Okay, so. Alright, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna go take a break real quick. And we'll see what happens. I'll be right back. Wow. What a pump. What is this guy saying? What is he even talking about?
The drone looks awesome. He looks slow. Change my mic to just. I'm gonna do that. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess in the committee at any time. The hearing is titled Federal Reserve's Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. We like creative titles here. That is our traditional title for free arguments. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous material to the chair for inclusion in the record. I'll note at the outset this hearing is a hard stop at 1 p.m., which we will strictly observe. I'll now recognize myself for 4 minutes for opening statement. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being back with us today. With prices increasing more than 20% since President Biden took office, inflation remains top of mind for American families. In fact, only a quarter of Americans describe current economic conditions as good or excellent, according to those recent data from Gallup's Economic Confidence Index. Despite President Biden's gaslighting, inflation was not 9% when he took office. It was out of control. Inflation we're experiencing now is something that this administration did not inherit, but is a product of their policies and their overspending. Nearly $2 trillion partisan and fiscally reckless spending as part of the American Rescue Plan poured fuel on a smoldering inflationary fire. After a delayed response to runaway inflation, the FOMC is active with the historic pace of interest rate hikes to ease the pain caused by Democrats' failed economic policies. It is a response, not the actual disease, but the response the Fed is trying to tame these flames, but it's a response to Democrat policies here on Capitol Hill and the administration. So far this year, inflation has been more persistent than many, including the Fed, previously expected. There's still work to be done to reach the Fed's 2% target. As I repeatedly said, the Fed's, I think, as repeatedly said, the commitment to independence of the Federal Reserve is of utmost importance, and it is critical, especially in a political year like this. Just as Chair Powell, just as you did in previous administrations, you must not allow politics to cloud the Fed's monetary policy. However, despite your best efforts, Fed independence remains at risk. And unfortunately, calls are coming from inside the building. Under Vice Chair Barr, the Fed's regulatory and supervisory agenda has become politicized. Most notably, the development of the Basel III Endgame rule has been a mess. This process has been cloaked in opaque standards and timelines set at meetings of unaccountable local governance bodies. The Fed has promised to process 410 almost universally negative public comments regarding the unjustified and underutilized initial proposal, or underanalyzed initial proposal. Recent press reports, which seem to be the only way Congress gets details of the Basel III Endgame progress, and your comments yesterday indicate the Fed will finally conduct a long overdue quantitative impact study. That is welcome. And if true, this is a promising development.
Yeah, because people have 4 jobs. Drive Uber and Lyft and all kinds of other stuff. That's why there's more jobs created. Not because of new jobs being created. There's more people working more part-time jobs than ever. That's why it looks like the employment is high. Very fucking retarded, man.
into law by President Biden, which has resulted in lower costs, created more jobs,
Oh, this looks like
rebuilt our infrastructure.
we could be building
Supported
ahead
small
here.
businesses, eliminated mostly junk fees, wiped out more than $144 billion in federal student loan debt for 14 million borrowers, and cut child poverty in half. President Biden is and will continue to advance policies that are providing good-paying jobs and an economy that works for everyone. Now, while I'm pleased to see that inflation is declining, the latest data makes clear that housing remains the #1 driver of core inflation. Since 2020, house prices have increased by nearly 50%, with Americans now spending on average over 30% of their income on housing. This is a top priority for Democrats, but remains an afterthought for Republicans. Earlier this Congress, I reintroduced my comprehensive legislation housing package, including the Housing Crisis Response Act. This bill provides more than $150 billion in fair and affordable housing investments, representing the single largest investment in affordable housing in our nation's history. These funds would create nearly 1.4 million affordable and accessible homes, bring down housing costs for all, and revive the American dream of home ownership. Committee Democrats are committed to getting this bill across the finish line and continue to hold out hope that our Republican colleagues will finally join us in this effort. Unfortunately, extreme MAGA Republicans are not just ignoring housing inflation, they're advancing their Project 2025 manifesto that would dismantle U.S. democracy and the economy as we know it today. Project 2025 is authored by almost 24 former Trump White House staffers and Trump administration officials. It was compiled and published by the ultra-far-right Heritage Foundation, whose CEO recently declared that they are, quote, in the process of a second American revolution, which will be bloodless if the left allows it to be, quote, unquote. And if that kind of talk reminds anyone of the rhetoric we heard in the lead-up to and on January 6, 2020, it should. Project 2025 promotes radical ideas to materially undermine the Federal Reserve, if not effectively abolish. MAGA wants to put you out of a job, Chairman Powell. So I look forward to your testimony and hearing from you, Republican who was first nominated by President Trump, about your thoughts on the importance of the Federal Reserve and the work you have done to help our economy. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For the records, Jerome Powell was initially nominated by President Obama for governors of the Federal Reserve before being nominated by President Trump to chair. So here we are. We'll recognize the chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr, Andy Barr, variety. 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Powell. Runaway inflation and increased interest rates necessary to confront it continue to hammer Americans, especially those living paycheck to paycheck. Workers and families feel the pain, making everyday purchases at high prices in the grocery aisles and at the pump. They have suffered years of eroding purchasing power in their paychecks under the Biden administration's economic mismanagement. Heightened mortgage rates make it prohibitive for new home buyers to reach the American dream of a starter home for their family. I am pleased that the Fed being a remain a court of record, you're now recognized at the followings. Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and other members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Over the past 2 years, the economy has made considerable progress toward the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation goal, and labor market conditions have cooled while remaining strong. Reflecting these developments, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. We will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Recent indicators suggest that the U.S. economy continues to expand at a solid pace. Gross domestic product growth appears to have moderated in the first half of this year, following impressive strength in the second half of last year. Private domestic demand remains robust, however, with slower but still solid increases in consumer spending. We've also seen moderate growth in capital spending and a pickup in residential investment so far this year. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions have returned to about where they stood on the eve of the pandemic, strong but not overheated. The unemployment rate has moved higher, but was still at a low level of 4.1% in June. Payroll job gains averaged 222,000 jobs per month in the first half of the year. Strong job creation over the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in labor force participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 and the strong pace of immigration. As a result, the jobs to workers gap is well down from its peak and now stands just a bit above its 2019 level. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year. The strong labor market has helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past couple of years, but remains above the committee's longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in May. Core PCE prices, which exclude the volatile food and energy categories, also increased 2.6%. After a lack of progress toward our 2% inflation objective in the early part of this year, the most recent monthly readings have shown modest further progress. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. In support of these goals, the committee has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5% since last July, after having tightened the stance of monetary policy significantly over the previous year and a half. We've also continued to reduce our securities holdings. At our May meeting, we decided to slow the pace of balance sheet runoff starting in June, consistent with the plans released previously. Our restrictive monetary policy stance is helping to bring demand and supply into better balance and to put downward pressure on inflation. The committee has stated that we do not expect it would be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. Incoming data for the first quarter of this year did not support such greater confidence. The most recent inflation readings, however, have shown some modest further progress, and more good data would strengthen our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We continue to make decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much would stall or even reverse the progress that we've seen on inflation. At the same time, in light of the progress made both in lowering inflation and in cooling the labor market over the past 2 years, elevated inflation is not the only risk we face. Reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will continue its practice of carefully assessing incoming data and their implications for the evolving outlook, balance of risks, and the appropriate path of monetary policy. Congress has entrusted the Fed with the operational let's begin with this question of Basel III endgame. I know you had questions about it yesterday, but I think we need further clarity. Your testimony about Vice Chair Barr's discussions with the FDIC and with the OCC on the next steps, the Basel III endgame. You mentioned potential change.
Alright, so that was a lot of nothing. I still have it on so you guys can read the subtitles. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. Alright. This, unfortunately, again, I can't control the market. I can't tell the market what to do. All I can do my best at is trying to educate you guys on being smart with the plays that you take or don't take, right? And I would strongly encourage that, to be honest, this week is probably going to be a bunch of dog shit. I think it's really important to set up good habits for people, and a bad habit that especially beginners tend to have, and you will hear it about on social media time and time again, right? Is they trade during news times, they trade during big heavy news weeks, and then they start to eat into their account where if they just let the week settle, let the next day settle, right? We'll come back and hit it. And so, although I appreciate the 785 reunion here, I'm actually glad that there was 300 people that did not show up today. Yesterday, I think we had about 1,080. Today, we're at 780 or something. Where I would expect tomorrow to be even less. Well, maybe not tomorrow. Tomorrow we should have like heavy hit news days, but nonetheless, it's just one of those weeks where I'm not seeing a strong enough sentiment in any direction. Whether that's for the long or for the short, it's not strong enough for me to feel confident to take a trade. And if I have any doubt in anything, I just don't do it. Those longs were looking good at the break of 780 or that 765, and I mean technically it did make a nice little 765 into 796. That's a 30 point. It broke that high, it went up, but that's happening while Powell is speaking, so that's gonna hold me up.
Order filled.
Even now, it's still not done. He's getting questioned and everything. So, for me, this isn't the type of market that I personally like to trade. For some of you, it may be. All that I would encourage you to do is just be disciplined and be patient while taking your trades. I feel bad too, because the purpose of these lives isn't just for us to trade and make money, it's education, and there's really not much in anything that I can give you right now. I can't give out any plays other than the hypothesis of what may happen. Education-wise, there's really not much to talk about because there's nothing really going on. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's just like a shitty week for me. Hopefully the demonstration of being patient is education for you, especially yesterday. So hopefully there's some, non-direct things that you guys see that lead to education. But I do want to give you guys value. Tesla is the step chart, right? So Tesla is going to end up doing, will end up doing whatever Tesla wants to do. And we had a nice little call out at the 62 level, and it's down here to 60, and it still looks like it wants to go lower. So Tesla, on days that there are news, maybe that is something else that you took away from today, is trading individual tickers may serve you a better benefit. Tesla is staying underneath that 9 exponential, so it continue down here. Confluence wise, things look okay. It's just that Powell speaking, which is the wild card, right? As well as these questions and how he responds to those questions. But yeah, so unfortunately, there's not much. I even purposely started the live a little bit later as well, trying to hopefully teach and incentivize you guys. Incentivize you guys of just waiting, right? Wait till the news. Don't trade while news is happening. Don't trade before news some days. So I am trying to force some things with you, but anyway, as we can see, Tesla is shooting down. Tesla is coming down here to that 258. We called it for a short once it broke this 262 right here at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So half an hour later, we're down here to 258. It's a $4 drop. Nice little spot down. The S&P, NASDAQ, not really moving too much. Other than that, I don't really have anything to go off of. I could, obviously make alerts here for you. So obviously we would wait for it to break, I would say 558 for maybe the long, get a nice little surge, kind of break that 75. That's where we plateaued. And I like that it plateaued there because of the quarter mark, that 75, 25, 50, so on, right? Kind of go from there, but this evening, I don't want to make any promises, but if the kids are asleep in time and everything's good, I may just come on and we can do like an aftermarket review or something like that. But no promises. I'll wait and see, just to try to give you guys a little bit more value, because I know these lives have been unfortunately sucking ass these past couple days. But again, I unfortunately can't control it. So stay strong, bear with, right? I know this is a drag, but this is part of trading. This is all part of trading, and if you can stay disciplined during these times, that starts to add up, right? Protecting your account during these type of markets is the most crucial piece. And I know this sounds boring, but if we look at last year, I was trading during times like this, and it led to me making a lot of mistakes, even the year prior and the year prior to that, and it led to mistakes. And so yeah, it may seem boring, but think about what would we be doing if we were degenerates, right? We would be losing money. I probably would have taken the long. I probably would have got fucked on it. Then I probably would have taken the short and got fucked on that. And then we would have had 2 red trades, been done for the day, and be like, dude, what the fuck? So I'm learning as I'm going. I'm always adapting, and that's one of the other things that I would tell you guys as traders and as students is to never stop being a student, and to always be willing to take in new information and adapt to the results that you see. But anyway, Tesla was a great play, 262 to 258, so maybe some of you guys caught that short. The S&P and the NASDAQ are both looking like they want to come down. Be careful with that, because as it looked like it wanted to come up, it came right back down. And what may come right back down may go up. And we're going to use yesterday as a example of that, right? Look at yesterday. We went up, came down, went up, came down, went up, came down. All this is garbage. That's Italian for garbage. But alright guys, I know it's drag, but hey,
Order filled.
we're not losing money. So you guys
Order
have
filled.
a great rest of your day. And I will do my very best to try to be on later this evening and maybe just do a Q&A session, aftermarket review or what have you. But stay patient, stay strong, and use this time to read, right? Use this time to educate yourself. Use this time to grow, to develop, to get better. But, alright guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow, or later today. Later.
because hey, we're playing under this. You got to put it up. You know, this isn't Robinhood is a whole different thing. They still don't use write it down back to you.
I actually made a video about that a while back. I think it was sometime last year, maybe the previous year. So I was comparing the entry into these sort of order fills of the day with what it is now. And before, not only do you have a recipe, but a lot of the time if you come from one economic or financial background, they would put you into a training program that was costing you an arm and a leg. And you just couldn't get in there any other way. Because a lot of people use a background that didn't come from the finance background. And, you know, it was like 10, 15 grand before you even started. And that was just for a chance to actually try out. And there was one in there, it's not, you know, there's single parents, residents. Now people are like, yeah, well, now it's good.
And they take 60-40. 90-60-40, so 60 is that what you need.
Nice. Yeah, it's like that 80-90% almost commitment and
I've heard of 90-10, no chance.
Yeah.
No chance. No chance. That's where it goes. And come on and hate anybody. That's why when we created the funding space, nobody says, you know, you did. Yeah, it started in 2010. The fund platforms were around before that. Yeah, brick and mortar. There's nobody doing this. Or Johnny from wherever, up in Alaska, if he has internet, and can be a professional trader. We did this, we opened it up, and it was like $180, $200 when we started. Great competition works really well for the community, dropped prices, and then fees and all that sort of they kept going. Licensing fees, all the trading software. We don't get this, but no, pay data, and you got all the people that are watching, set up your accounts, handling your accounts, killing on here.
You know, talking from just somebody who's running businesses all my life, every time you're offering a service, it's an upfront cost for those of us who provide the service. People don't necessarily think about that. And I can understand that people want to save money and everything, but at some point, you have to ask yourself, well, you know, do you want cheap or do you want quality? We can do cheap, but then you're not going to have the dashboard, you're not going to have the platform, you're not going to have all of the nice goodies that topstep offers us. It's going to be cheap. So, you know, you have to, as a trader, decide for yourself what it is that you're looking for. You know, no one can do that for someone in the chat. So
That's why when I do go on my rest, I'm like, another firm, can you just invest, inspire us to do something that's greater for the trader than just another flash sale up in a bigger trading company. Anybody can change that in the back. Prices. My price of $40 goes to $20 and increase risk parameters. Whatever. Counts that a little bit more.
you know, it does depend on the trader as well. You know, if somebody is an experienced trader, they don't need anything, they just want to off the loan, I get it. You know,
For sure.
A lot of people who come into this space, they need some hand-holding, they need education, they need to be shown what's the right thing, what's the right view, how to deliver risk, what's a stupid trade, what isn't a stupid trade. And that, you know, that's a special kind of service. Again, that's providing education in the industry, which, to be fair, very few people are doing. I think Trade Day are doing, but nobody else is going to touch them Trade Day. Order filled.
I got a phone call on Trade Day, and I talked to her. Those are two guys. I'm going to point those guys. I talked to them, you just go up and talk to them. I'm like, all right, don't go to the top. Go to these others. Don't go to that guy over there. And they talk to them. Screenshot of him saying, can you game the system so my traders fail? That's the public. The guy said, okay, that's all that you do on a little. And then the other one, which I actually like better now than that guy, is it just teaches people bad habits. And you get somebody bad habits and they come over the top step. It's like somebody going over and eating candy at the neighbor's house all the time. Eating candy all the time. Everything gets covered up.
sad to report that our leader, Jacob W., did not make it yesterday. 41 consecutive days of winning traders and winning trades, and he hit the daily loss on yesterday. All out, putting us on streak with that.
Still awesome.
He said,
Amazing, 41 days.
Yeah, because a good celebration or leave him alone or do something like you can't just like go off the board and never be talked about. And that's such a good point.
oh yes, I was talking to Mick about it earlier. He's going to do a little shout out to him in the shoulder tab later on today. I know, Tim reached out to Jacob a couple times and he hasn't responded back, so.
Order filled.
I'm not going to for this payout or nothing like that. Like this is something like I didn't come on. Why would I come on? I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to you. And if you're going to be like, hey, people want to hear about you, and we're going to, for your inconvenience or for your time, I think that's fair.
Order filled.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I still walked away with $12,000 at DLL on Jacob. So, that's me, DJ. We reached out to you.
I had to start back in May. Middle of July.
Yeah.
I had to start back in May.
Trainer JD, so there's also a record here of how many days will be won, but also the profit amount. Like anybody, sorry, I should say that. You can have $50 day, $50 day, $50 day, all that kind of stuff. But like he was having 5 good days, right? A couple hundred at least.
Yeah, he's average. I got a straight compare right now. His average daily P&L was right around $6.
It's a little bearish. Maybe we'll finally get to 700.
We keep watching people moving next week. He's taking payouts too. But $5,000 payout at the end of May and another $3,000 payout at the beginning of July. So support yourself too. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. So G, let win, Eric, all ripped it up trading the NASDAQ yesterday. FL is currently number 2 on the leaderboard, trading the S&P, and Oliver had a very nice day trading gold futures yesterday.
Order filled.
Some payouts. Tuesday.
Order filled.
No familiar names on here. Oh, Alderon's back on. Yeah. So we got Danny, Kevin, Taylor, Ivan, Walker. Walker's number 5 on our leaderboard right now. So he's giving up just a little bit.
So we got 60 grand worth of balance right there.
So what can you buy for 15 grand, Andre?
What I buy? A whole lot of Apple stock. A whole lot of Apple stock.
What is 15 G's? Stick at the model.
Big monkey. I need to tell you off camera. You get lunch there.
There's a couple entertainment spots right in the Chicago Board of Trade that you just mentioned. Bars as well. There were those go-to spots for certain type of waiters.
6 long, 6 also 50. It's delicious. Consider shit. I love it. All right. Nick, we saw, I'm going to call it selling, call it pullback, call it what you will. Jimmy Butter. I heard you Butter was bearish. I mean,
At the time it did, we're not falling below 750. I would love to see this pull back towards 700, potentially give us something to buy, but retest the huge balance low, right low, maybe even down to 680s. Sellers are feeling dangerous. I have zero faith, but I would love something to buy. I'm so flat on that.
how's stuff at these levels? New high here in crude, and then Nick, can I do it? Can I do it?
Do it.
There you go.
Order filled.
New high in crude. Woo-hoo! MP3. This country is tricky. Usually pullback.
sensitive for a
Yeah,
gap fill.
yes, I was just about to say that. So once we fill the gap, maybe the loans around 56.94.
Got me.
So you say that 56,
They got me.
34.
Shoot.
Sorry, the 30. 6.39 of the house. Sorry,
Order filled.
it's like the lights are so bright.
Yeah, it's all good. All good.
Grinding G over here.
No, stop that. Stop that. You dressed up for a football match. We need you full go for a football match here in about 4 hours. England plays Holland. England plays Holland in about 4 hours. Massive match.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so once we get to that value line, there's some land there, so, if we got maybe a long there. But right now, this is just very nice land.
What don't we do in the middle?
We do not fiddle.
Yes. How do you go, JT? Well done. Hey, is anybody in here in chat? You guys can maybe do a poll. If you're on topstep apps, are you now looking at your performance dashboard? That's one investment that we made to help you get yourself in a better spot. Hopefully you're using that one. Clearly you're using the other investment of topstep TV, which is a rather large investment that we have to help you get yourself in a better spot. Oh yes. Okay, we have a journal feature coming, and I'm going to talk to them about there's going to be also a feature that the June journal is actually contest and stuff like blah 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 blah. That they're maybe 5 days in a row, 10 days in a row, you get some opportunity to reset for free or a free month or something like that, just to make it incentivize you again. We try to incentivize good behaviors here. Going back to broccoli and swordfish that I wanted you to eat over at our house. That's a happy big brown boy. Then I got your milk before I let the milk drink milk.
Order filled.
Gross growing. Yes, that's something I'm talking about. I've heard this feedback before. When you incentivize.
Order filled.
That's a great idea. But they do have a joke. My point is, I'll try to get that one next because I think that's more fun to earn. At least be up here asking for the resets. But with the journal in the future, it doesn't work. It's just doesn't work. So that's coming. That's coming. There's an oversold there. Jack, I mean, Nick, you're oversold there.
Yeah, definitely oversold. ES is in the 10-point initial balance, about 5.5 point per year opening range. I mean, this is the day you don't trade.
I think you changed though, right? That's kind of yes. Yeah, over in the afternoon, now you got nation gets water. You have mouth water now. That's coming out of home. We know we have Japanese stress test over time. That's fiscal path is unsustainable.
This looks as bad.
Say it's not too big. It's not on the take the time out of it. That's not the next generation. That's what the team over there, what the roadmap is, task the next for the next 30 days. Just to let you folks know what's coming up. See if we can get some insight. Michael, how'd you trade yesterday, Anthony? May 2001. No, lost 2001, May 2000 yesterday. 17. 3 lot of traders. Big traders right here on the pen right on the bullet profile yesterday. 4 digits. But I got to explain it. We got it.
whole bunch of data over about 2 months, and then just tweak and change things around and so what works, what doesn't work, and yeah, you get data, and then that's your starting point, right? It never stops, you know, no matter how long you've been trading, that's something that can always exist as the reflection of how you did, especially at times of drawdowns, especially at times of market state changes. You know, you can't just keep going the same path and just going, well, you know, I trade this size, so now I'm always going to trade that size. But if you get something to drawdown, you have to step out. That's step one. And then it's still not working, well, you have to chase stop loss size, or trade locations, and or other things, you know, time of day, maybe stop trading for time of day, lower your daily loss limit, because loads of stuff that you can do, but in the end, if it's still not working, you have to get off the accounts that matter, go into the combines, go to your practice account if you're not even there when you have a solid system behind what you're doing. You just do a bunch of trades and see what works. You can work with it, MAE, MFE, I talked about this last night. All of those measures can help you get some extra data while you're trading that are not immediately obvious. It's not always going to be obvious when your drawdown is going to land you a trade. Because, you know, you don't think about that. You're like, let's don't worry about it. Just go ahead and just do the moment. But then you step away from that and you look at it and you go, oh, it's in my drawdown upon entry is always 18 ticks. So how about I modify the timing of my trade, and instead of going into a drawdown, why don't I enter where my stop loss was and only use 17 ticks? Because that's what my MAE number says. Guess what? It worked.
That's so well said. It goes down to this, and that goes back again to like, not everybody's gonna want to do that because you're like, oh, that doesn't sound fun. That doesn't sound like it gets me into my flow any faster. But that's again goes back to building good habits. You know, when you go over to the top of the house, you try to have you eat healthy, you want to go back to that, and then you try to say, hey, you need to work on this. You know, go over there with those other work on that. It's like a Michael Jordan thing. We used to always say that too. It's like Michael Jordan is always said with the program, it's going to be a Michael Jordan camp. It's going to be more weak style. It's going to help people in the best positions. That's good. That's like when I rants about like, you go over there and you're going to be bad habits and here's more things. So, then you're going to have payoffs. I mean, isn't the goal to get to payoffs? Not like flash plan success, because you're just going to get payoffs and then payoffs back at topstep or wherever you go. I highly recommend you don't do that. I highly recommend you do Deanna's approach to trading. And they sound cumbersome, and they sound slower, but once you get that learning curve shortened,
Here's the thing, it's actually faster than doing it the other way. Because if you're looking how people with just big buttons, how long does an average trader spend being unprofitable? 5 years? 10 years? I've met people who have been doing this for 15 years and still not profitable. So, yeah, it's awesome. Like, what you want to be looking at stats and data and maybe doing something that is not fun, even though for me it is fun because I can look at numbers, you know, it's a puzzle for me. It's a puzzle. So what can I find here that can make my trading better? That's a puzzle. I don't like puzzles. Maybe trading is not the best environment to be in. You know?
You guys compare like my wife's daughter's living medical med school for everybody needs it. Yeah. That's making like 600 a year or something like that. Roughly 720, 722. 721. My wife's brother. Wow. Wait, that's Marco. That's Marco. Who's Marco? I see Marco. Yeah, that's what
I thought you said brother.
I said something. I mean, that's his lawyers, his brother. And upside, rip you to the upside overtime. Where's my stuff? How's the VIP thing going? It's going. It's going. Sometimes I pee, fires off some stuff. I don't know. You know, we got updates you guys here. Topstep TV crew. Get it up, Dust. Please, bro. I can't do it. You have a team working on this. Work with that team. Update this group. It's a very exciting experience. And put an owner on it here at Topstep on the team. And then have them update us in the chat. Teams. 150 people. Started. Handed it off to you guys. Good. It sure did. Jonathan's elevated himself to his unique ability. That's what I'm going to I don't know what that unique ability is. Alright, sub 21s, very great these sub 21s.
March 23 to 18 in codes with Tesla Long.
Yeah, scholarship for men, we hit the $82 units in scholarship in 93 level. Scholarship keep going, scholarship keep pushing this stuff, Nick. It's a good take. We did it. And
Not from the ES. Yes, it's not ES. Yeah, I agree about that.
Looks like we got about
someone's on that.
getting down, it's 660. Yeah, the 200 lot at 648 on the Q.
648. Oh, yeah, there it is. You see that so quickly. You're not looking at the land, right? What are you using this stuff? What are you?
Look now.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to see.
Woo!
Choosing that, look back to see the price. But here we go. It's a 700. Now I have to watch because I wanted this earlier, and now I have to be patient in case sellers are actually serious, but let's be serious. They're not.
Well, settlements are 6, 7, 8 half, 6, 7, 8 half. What did he say? Did he say something?
And long goes
Okay.
8250. I wanted, but something happened. I tried to get in and they just couldn't focus. Again,
Log on from 82, 82.50.
This is coming over the wire here, but the little haircut ones, once you are more confident with inflation. He's had some other comments, minor comments, but this one was highlighted. And
Someone's on this we need later.
there's some lies in the crew.
You're right to go on that.
Love Skittles.
You beat your red Skittles.
I love Skittles. I don't care what it says.
I know, when that came out, that study came out, I'm like, don't care. Don't care.
It's
And
either
they're
like,
like,
I don't care. It's just,
yeah, those are horrible, like, horrible. And the Diet Lemons are the worst and stuff, and I don't know, my wife's telling me I can't get the Boy Skittles anymore unless whatever Brian wants to go, go for it. Grab both of them.
see if we can push it here. See if we can push this sucker into the 700s again. Settlements. I got it as 6, 7, 8 half. Sorry. Hold on, 6, 7, 8 half. Settle. Alright, Nick, we broke out Ivy low.
Yes, broke it as well. So,
Nice dip.
That was weird.
points in that period.
That's why you said stop losses.
That was the equivalent of, trying to trade views. Like that was that type of move. What?
There's nothing more satisfying than getting that nick though. If you would have got long right there, I mean, just like when they have those 20 handle instant moves.
Yeah.
And right when you get long or short or whatever you get it, and you just rips.
And I've had that before for the short side, sometimes you just time it and then flushes, like you said, 20, 30 points at another in 10, 15 seconds. I just take the points and be like, great, I'm going like that's the easiest, $1,000 ever did in my life kind of thing.
Yeah. But my long goal right now is not at crude's still pumping higher. Last year, $82.66, but right now, all eyes on NASDAQ. It's huge. 2007, 03, higher step in pump that stuff about
This is where I said this a little bit quick earlier, so I'm looking for this move to happen a while ago, that maybe we potentially get a bid back towards 750, 760 to reoffer if we are going to trend slightly down, perhaps. Maybe even have a slight close ready for a day. I know that's basically illegal in the United States at this point, but you never know. We are basically sitting just slightly green on the day, so I guess we'll have to wait and see, is it possible for us to ever close that anymore? I get shot for saying that.
Yeah. Okay, long one from 23. He got from 8
82,
Use that. Long one from 83. Great trade yesterday. It was a great trade. From lows to the highs, back to the lows yesterday. Just chart of the day. Chart of the day is the dollar. Fractured paradigms. What's with the awesome hats? Where's where awesome hats come from? Full hat, no cattle. Look at one right there up top there. There's the poster boy for all hat, no cattle right there. Get out of here. You're the poster boy for it. I'm not wearing a hat. I'm not wearing a city boy. Yeah. I showed Charlie. Charlie was was a Angus. Charlotte, I believe. Now, 4-H. Now, right? I did hand him off to nice. That's good. Yeah, but Nick for Tick is hog boy. That's
So we'll have to go, we'll be hunting here in Texas again, Wilson. Gotta be with animals though, that's right.
Get well to sleep.
Night vision. That's what we do here in Texas.
I mean, there's a guy, there's a Texas guy that came in around 100 in Texas. A big game. Oh yeah, it's easy. Big game from ranches. They bring in the buy. It's a big game. $7,000 for a water buffalo. Bring them. He showed me a picture of him on a 4-wheeler or whatever. He was like 10 feet away from me. And I was giving him that's not right. I was giving him that's not right. Or it's fun race, so everything's got to be in place somehow. That's not.
I was supposed to be going to South Africa next month, to go on an actual big game, things like that, but my wife is pregnant, so we're not making that trip anymore. We got a couple of buddies actually went in an auction a few years ago, pre-COVID, and then it got canceled because of COVID and everything else, and finally I rebuilt it this year, and we were going to go with them. But it was really cool, basically, once you were going to get the equivalent of like a deer, like a South African, like an African deer, basically, kind of equivalent gazelle almost, and then other animals. But it would be really cool.
now screaming to the opposite side. It's definitely for abortion. So we saw those buyers stepping in. It's usually what the abortions look like. There's like a huge influx of volume and orders coming in at those areas of interest, and then it just shoots up. So you have to be reasonably quick. So it's nice. Especially if you have a tight with the lines as well.
Hey, do I know you? Have I seen you before, Papa? Good girl.
That's cool. That one, all over that one. You just bounce to the downside. There's full step in. Ooh, I like that. I mean, that's the hunting idea. Hunt takes around here. Yeehaw. This is good. No. That's how my people talk, right, Red? I can't like it. Call me city. I go from my bed. That's how I even like it. Sure did, huh? Alright, let's see. First this stuff in. Bam. This is short. S&P's 73% short. Really? Yeah, I think you're rally. 50, 50, really. 5,000 people watching. Like, it's not 106,000 subscribers. What's going on? I guess the summertime, holidays. Seems like we're not going to roll like that. Like, let's go subscribe. Let's get down to 7,000. Other enemies.
With the neighbors, you hate.
Yeah, do you get along with your neighbors?
I do actually, in London, I'm quite fortunate to have great neighbors here, so we're all in terraced houses, so townhouses, and we all get along pretty well. But having said that, it is London, so I don't really know people crossing the doors down me, so that's just like where they are. But the ones that live immediate next to us, they used to come and
Started.
so they used to come and play with the puppies, but they're tiny and they still pop in every so often as well.
That's kind of like a training group, you know. We used to have to wear ties. We used to have ties on the training floor. You could tuck the door down and tuck the tie. But we pretty much released these bells.
El momento en que esposan le resetean.
Dick's still no trades. I mean, he's in a trade right now as well. Dick's still flat.
Still potentially looking to see if we re-offer here around 750. 760, even 755. Kind of in the middle of the range for the day, so maybe not, but if we do continue to try and trend to the downside, that would make sense. But otherwise, yeah, this is still range play. Looking for maybe a trip back to us.
Can't be doing TV. Tia and Nick are on all-time high alert right there. They are being true. Everyone knows the top 6 the all-time highs have.
Yeah, I think that's higher level was perfect. It's just that weird 20-point 10-second candle, whatever you want to call that, scooping out of your money.
Trey, what's the next trade? Remember when he first trade around 7, 8, 9, 10, we used to, the market used to open, we used to just sit down on the picks and play Uno. Because the market was so good. When I trade above 20, trade above 20, it's God love it if you got to 40. It's fun. We're seeing right now, we're seeing right now what a quiet market feels like. People are like, I can't trade this market. And then you get to this market, and people are like, I can't trade this market. So you really need to understand what I've learned in the whole thing. Is like, you're going to have different market states. Makes no sense. But I know Nick talked about it earlier, and I've talked about it before. Like, oh, just take off that time. But like, you don't, sometimes that time is, well, it's not going to be quiet. It's like getting to know all these
just something to keep in the back of your mind because it could go to 20 real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. So here's where it was, in the 20s, and then I wonder if you chart on the chart. I don't have it in front of me. If it went 19, 18, 17, or if it's sat down, because when it sits down, low volatility, the market starts to just keep rising, and higher volatility on the VIX, of course. Well, not of course, but like it usually means, the sell off is there, and uncertainty, all that kind of stuff.
VIX is not real. VIX is not real, Nick, for a dick. Gold, 71% long. Gold, 71% long on Z-Tilt. JD is ready with the leaderboard here at 10:16 Central Time on Top Step TV. Crude new highs, Eddie's telling me. Crude new highs. Last trade, $82.26. High today, $82.28 in the house. Keep those gas prices lower here in the States and all around the world. But hey, summertime, driving time, let's get bullish. All right, so JD, I'm going to throw it to you, my man, with the leaderboard. See
Let's do it.
Who's doing what? I want to see $100,000 from number 1 to number 10 here in the next couple of weeks. $100,000 on all those account balances. JD, let's go.
We're getting close.
Like
Let's take a look at those XFA panels real quick.
Cool.
Yesterday's best. All right, a couple traders to note here. Chance and Dilbag, both on the list for the second day in a row. Chance now has a 2-day running total of $47,000, and Dilbag has a 2-day total of $20,500. So big shout out to those guys and everybody else on the XFA PNL leader list. Nicely done. All right, here is the bottom half of our leaderboard. So, Brian, top 6 traders are in 6 figures. Clinton is right there. Everybody else real close to. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before everybody in the top 10 is on the 100K list. But let's start off with Brian. Brian lost about $500 yesterday, held on to 6th place for another day. Clinton picked up $4,600 trading in 3 XFAs. Nick for a tick. $7,900 in profit. 700 of that coming from his live funded account. Still dropped a spot though, from 7th down to 8th. Funny how that happens. You make $8,000 and you drop on the leaderboard.
JD,
Yep.
Brian put up $500.
Brian lost 500. Stayed in 6th place. Yep.
Wanted really quickly, losing 500 after being up $100,000, having 100,000 of gains or whatever, however long he's been on there. That shows control. I just want to throw it out there. It shows control and discipline. You could easily let that, $500 stopping on the day when so that's awesome.
You've got dollars in your eyes? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. He's trading in multiple accounts too. 5 XFA accounts for Brian.
Okay.
Oh no, I take that back. He's in the single live account. I was looking at the wrong Brian there. Brian is only trading in a single live funded account. No XFAs for Brian.
I like him even more. I like it.
Yep. Where did we end off? Idor lost $5,200 trading in 1 live account and 4 XFAs. Stayed in 9th place. And rounding out our top 10 is our old friend David A. David was in 16th place yesterday. Even though he lost $1,400, he moved up on the list. So Nick made money, moved down. David lost money and moved up. A little goofy there. All right, here is the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, he got all of that one.
Let me give you a minute to absorb that.
Let's go while we're young.
All right, top 5, same names as yesterday. They just moved around a little bit. Starting at the bottom, Balkaran was in 5th place yesterday. And there he is again after taking home just over 10K, trading in 5 XFAs. He was also on our payouts list from yesterday, paying himself and moving up on the list. Shane was in 3rd place yesterday. He dropped 15 grand across 5 XFAs, fell down to 4th place. Then Sidara was in 4th place, swap places with Shane.
Slid into third place after a nice $20,000 winner, trading in 3 XFAs. Raphael pocketed $3,200 in his live funded account, and Dakota took a 6K drawdown, but he's really he's not budging from first place for now. There is your leaderboard.
Yeah, not a whole heck of a lot of movement at the leaderboard. Markets are tricky right now. All-time highs and pullbacks. Summertime
Yeah.
trade.
Markets are. I still can't get an XFA off the ground to save my life. So and it's funny. I think I do trade better when I'm only focusing on my live account rather than trying to kind of bounce and utilize 6 accounts and things like that. It's just I tend to trade better with just the one. I really do. When I'm only focusing on it, or when I only have the one. Let's say, like if I have no active XFAs, like I just tend to just see the markets better. You're just not worried about all these other things.
It's always been my pitch. That's why, like one, it's just with Dr. Menaker. No, what was the doctor? There was Dr. Menaker. We used to have him on, and he's like, after 3 products that you're trading, you start to like your mind starts to have struggle to 5, 6, 7. We have people like 10 different products that they're trading. And just like, are you in tune with them? Is that like dating 10 different people? Are you going to be like have a real strong relationship with anyone? Are you going to be in tune with really anyone? Or are you just getting your fix, whatever that is? Like, so like get married to one product. Marriage in the trading world is totally fine. The divorce rate is not probably high because you have greater success when you focus on one, get comfortable and in tune with one. And then I see the same thing with accounts. That's why I'm like, I'm not into 5 accounts, even though we offer it. I'm not into anything more than that. I'm into one. I'm just into one. But to each its own. That's just our little nudge towards what I believe better trading habit.
Right. YM made new highs on the day. Last trade 39,670. High of the day 676. Gold just kind of hanging out right now, D.
That's a good sign.
I know you. Yep, it's okay,
We have the
right?
Euro close. We have the Euro
coming
close coming up, so I'm kind of hoping that we're going to get a little bit more. Okay, here we go. As I was
Here we go.
saying,
They were listening, D. They were listening. They were listening.
They're listening. Yes.
Get out of this little 5-minute range. If we can get into the 85s, get to the 85s.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, we're still
there.
In 6-point range on ES, basically.
Nick, what's going on over there, man?
I don't know. Markets are asleep. Markets are on holiday. Markets are just doing everything possible to make me lose my mind before volatility comes back.
You crack me up, man. We got to get you up to Chicago, Nick.
I know. You guys let me know when to jump up there. I'd love to come hang out.
Yeah, we'll have a trader meetup. Yeah. MP, when are you coming? Oh, you'll be coming first weekend of August for in and out, quick in.
But then
one of my prop trading companies had a beer Wednesdays on like quiet markets. They would go out, they would buy beer for everybody, and then nobody would trade. We would just sit there and chat for like 8 hours of the day. Beer Wednesdays, and that was the summer months.
This industry is unlike anything else. Really is.
Unlike anything else. I've loved it since the day I joined it. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. You're stepping in here a little bit.
I got interviewed when I got interviewed, Dre. I think I told you this. The guy he's like, "Welcome to Chicago," because I'm like, I just moved here from college. He's like, "If you can't become a professional athlete, become a trader." I'm like, hell yeah, I like that. I like that line.
Speaking my language.
And then, yeah.
Crew pushing new highs here. Isaac, my man, what up, Isaac? Yes, catching a bid here. Indeed, it is catching a bit of a bid here. I mean, it's kind of like 4 handles, kind of pushing higher.
This is considered catching a bid for sure.
Yeah, you know me.
Oh, yeah.
I like to over-exaggerate the moves a bit. It's more fun that way. I enjoy it. I amuse myself doing it that way.
Technically, it's 100% catching a bid.
Just catching a bid.
It is.
Oh, there it is. I heard it.
Did I hear an order? Yeah.
Indeed.
I mean, I got short at the 40. Yeah.
We got 2 people in the market. Mark, MP, tell us your position. Yeah, tell us your position so we can update the board.
I'm short from 43. I was waiting for the 40s.
How many times?
You'll be
Michael?
out of it in like 3.5 seconds. Don't worry.
No, Deanna. I know, right?
He's short for
Working on
43.
holding trades.
Just
That's all he's
now,
giving
man.
us. That's all he's giving us. He's short for 43.
Yeah.
Could be 10, it could be 1, could be 3, it could be
Yeah.
7. He's just short from
You don't know.
43. Very mysterious.
Hmm.
I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Where'd you go, Nick?
I
Where'd
don't know.
you go?
VMix crashed on me, so I don't know what happened.
Oh.
Okay, well, you look back looking better than ever. That black Stetson looking
No,
good.
I don't.
Yeah, you look good in that.
Yep, camo.
Thank you, guys. Well, let's see. We're coming back to that 750 spot. ES is making a run here at a new all-time high once again. This is what I was talking about. Maybe a spot to reoffer on NQ. We are coming into Euro close, so could get the changeover as well as, you know, I know pretty much everybody in the overnight session was long, so let's see what happens here.
Danny, you said, did I fund your life through only trading in the beginning, or did you? I
Did you?
When I started at 18, I had a vending company. I lost $30,000 trading account. I put 30 grand in. Like a year later, lost. Did it again. Always with a break in between of education, and then so that's 90 grand. Then I graduated from college and I was broke and I had to sell my line of credit that I used to borrow against my inventory. So I sold this whole company. So now I'm companyless, no income. Graduated from college. Then I became a trader with that interview that I talked about. You can't become a professional athlete, become a trader. They put me on a simulator. I had to show them a daily average. I hit my loss limit. Same thing as what we're doing here. I only had a $300 daily loss limit, and I was bartending at night. So I was coming home with about a couple $100 a night, putting it in a shoebox, got myself trading well, and then bought myself a seat on the trading floor, and then put all that box of shoebox full of cash into commodities account at Cunningham.
Still doing business with him.
From then on out, it was all my income was from trading. Oh, Deanna, this short. Back up to
I mean,
VWAP.
it is technically a failed auction, you know, to
Yeah.
the downside. So yeah.
Crude still pushing higher here. Bulls in control in crude. NQ went straight to VWAP. VWAP 20,747. All right, starting to see some movement here in gold. D, I like what I'm seeing. D, talk to us. What's happening in gold?
It's moving. We're coming into Euro close. Exactly the same thing you just said. Yeah, so hopefully it continues. I mean, I'd be okay just getting a little bit today. It's not the biggest day. We only have 130 ticks for the entire session. So yeah, I mean, if I get 87, that'd be nice. That's about 2R. But ideally, I would like to get 89.90. Not sure it's going to get there. Depends on how much momentum is in this move. And because we are in the summertime, I'm probably just going to grab whatever I can out of this and run.
Yes, as Nick says.
Yes.
And we got some comments coming off the wire here, Powell. Some red hot ones saying that I do have some confidence that inflation is headed lower. He also says I do have some confidence in inflation coming down, but I am not prepared to say I am sufficiently confident in it coming substantially down to 2% yet. Once again, waving that that golden carrot in front of our faces. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Eddie, anytime you got some Powell stuff, just Morse code in. Anytime you see something cool or see something
Thanks,
important.
Roger. Thank you, Lost Trader.
Jump on in. MP flat in that position as I did here. Gold, 79% long. ES on the run. Morning catch a bit. Nick, my man. You got it. Like we said, MP,
Here we go
give it a
again.
half hour. Give it a half hour.
New all-time highs.
Oh boy. Order rejected.
Yeah,
I got order rejected earlier, actually. That's why I fumbled the entry. So I was supposed to enter around like 81 half.
Putting my 5 lot on in my Express account. I'm supposed to be doing every day. I missed it because I had to came in late today.
Buyers really stepping in here in the S&Ps. We're catching a bid now, Isaac. These are buyers. We are, let's call this a little bit of a mini rally here. See if the NASDAQ can catch up here. NASDAQ's still in the middle of the range a bit. Last trade NASDAQ, 70,000, or sorry, 70,000. One day it'll be 70,000. 20,760. 20,760 last trade. High of the day, NASDAQ 20,796. Let's see if we can get into the 20,800s. S&P's leading the way higher, though. About 1 point off the highs, trading 56.51. Oh, now just get in there. And, yeah, just wait for the sellers to get exhausted. Here we go. Gold, D. I'm loving what I'm seeing in gold. What is your profit target there in gold, D? I love this trade.
So first profit target 87, but if I start to see any stuttering, then that'll be it. That'll be the end, and we're kind of reaching that now.
Nice call.
So for now, there's still. Let's see what.
All right.
What is going on over there?
I know what's going on.
All right, so let me just concentrate. There's like chaos in my house at the moment.
Here's lots of things going on right here on Top Step TV. How we doing on the list? MP over here. Yo, we're hearing that.
Oh, well, I'm fixing stuff.
Oh, okay. All right.
Do you have a working order anywhere?
87's coming up, D.
I'm gonna take this. So that's about 400. I just took profits. So 394 with commissions. So
well done.
There it is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice trade.
That's what it gave us. So that's what it is.
Beautiful trade. Into the Euro close. Exactly. Execute exactly how she said it would. That's what you get here on Top Step TV. Real traders, real execution, real accounts, real P&Ls. Yep. Nick, we could have. We wanted to see a dip into the 600 handle. Never got there. Seems like everyone's
tag
trying.
7. Stopped at 702, but it still was the right trade. Yeah.
It seems like people just, the buyers coming in, they're just tripping over themselves to buy, and the buyers will step in maybe a little bit early, get stopped out, but eventually buyers will be right. Just kind of tripping over each other. Who's gonna be first to jump in the pool? Eventually, they will be right.
I'm sure they'll do it for earnings season too.
Yeah, we got that starting on Friday morning. We got some banks, Wells Fargo, Citi, and JP. I want to say. Always banks start off earnings season. Kind of give you a bellwether as to what's coming up. The rest of earnings, but yes, 3 big banks on Friday morning. So we got CPI tomorrow. Nick will be wide awake, ready to go for that.
Yep.
He's been waiting for CPI since this morning. No one's been more eager for CPI than Nick. Well, trade it up this morning, tomorrow. I'm sure Paul knows what CPI is going to come out at.
Yeah, he got it already, I'm sure.
I wonder how early. I have no idea. I've never even 24 hours in advance, 48 hours in advance. James. So we got some Series 3, we got some plugs, we got fast market submissions coming right up. Oh, speaking of which, I think we're a little bit behind schedule. We got about 23 minutes left here on fast markets. Eddie, you got some plugs coming up here for in about a minute or so.
Ones. Yeah.
You got some good ones today? I like juicy plugs. Nothing better than a juicy plug.
Yeah.
Well, Eddie, if you're right, let's just do it right now, man. Because they're juicy.
Want to do the plugs right now? Okay.
Yeah, let's do the plugs right now.
Yeah, why not?
What the hey?
What the hey?
All right. Now, for those that are wondering what's this performance dashboard on Top Step X, a lot of us are in it, on it, using it, abusing it, whatever help it can give you. Top Step X Performance Dashboard. Now, it's perfect for analyzing and optimizing trade performance. What you got to do is use the key stats to focus on improving discipline and building stronger habits. Now, I've got my charts up here, and I want to show you where they are. If you're new here to Top Step, X, this is gold. All right, so what you want to do is you want to cruise all the way over to the left-hand side of your platform. See that over there? My chart there. I think that's that's my chart. Yes, it is. All right, and the third icon down, performance stats. You're going to click on that, okay? Clicking on it, and what it's going to give you is here's something else that I didn't highlight yesterday was that you can actually have the dates that you want, the date range that you want. You can choose whatever date range you want. You're just going to click on that, and it's going to change up here. Okay. Here is Coach T's tip. All right, personalized tip on how you are trading. P&L here today. It's going to show you the win percentage. Now yesterday I had my 150K account. Today I wanted to go down to a 50K account. Most of us do have that 50K, so I wanted to make sure that you do see that also. So traded today here early. Put up some numbers. Had a couple losses. It's going to show you winning trade, average losing trade, best trade, worst trade. So I'm pretty much 50-50 there. But I still managed pretty decent. I came up ahead, up a little over 500. And it's going to give you stats, duration, trade duration, win rate analysis. And the thing I like here is every day that you trade on the calendar, it's going to show you what you made. I did 13 trades today, 551, and it's going to give you a graph on how you did during the day. That's where I pulled my loser, but I came back and I put some winners up on top. It's going to give you all your trades here also, what you did and how you did it. And I find this an extreme help and definitely a benefit. Use it to your advantage. So have fun with that. So remember, it's the third icon that's going to say performance stats. It's the only one that we have there. So there you have that. Another thing here. We have monthly email from Coach T. Now, we had mentioned that this week you'd be receiving a new cool email from Coach T. Well, Coach T is still working on that a little bit more. We need a little bit more time to put the finishing touches on it. We've been talking to Coach T, and he says, let's get it right, and then we'll send it out. So we're going to keep you posted when we are sending it. So be patient. Be patient, please. Also, this is the big one. Ready, Andre?
Ooh.
This is ready? Ready?
I know what you're about to
Fire
say.
drill for one free reset. Okay, now relax. Not happening right this second, but it's almost time to pull that fire drill. Okay. Now here's the clue. Tonight, all right, slow markets with Coach Dakota. There will be one free reset fire drill tonight with Coach Dakota at 8 p.m. Central. All right. So if you can make that, you are ahead of the game. If you can't, don't worry about it. Tomorrow, 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 we're going to keep this party going. Oh, yeah. For fast markets, we're going to keep going into fast markets so everyone can check in the fire drill form for tomorrow. So remember, hey, if you do log in, have some fun with Coach Dakota, learn something, you're all set. You don't have to worry about checking in tomorrow, which is Thursday. So tonight, slow market, and tomorrow during fast market, we will be sharing that code for one free reset. And yes, you can use it on any platform that you have. So there you go. Nice. Share that with your friends. Anybody else asking for a reset? Well, you know when they're coming out. All right. As requested, Andre, back to the studio.
Those were some juicy plugs. You weren't kidding.
Studio.
You were not kidding, Eddie. Those were juicy.
Juicy
like
juice.
Those ones. Yeah. New email just got sent out by Topstep. Check your inboxes. We just sent out a new email about the bonuses. I think you'll be happy to see. Just sent out. Bonus update.
Hey, I'm following up on that. Following up on that map talk that I had earlier.
What happened?
I said there, I'm going to give you guys the roadmap.
Oh, yeah.
Levels from coaches in the next 30 days. You'll be able to select those as an indicator. I believe with the coach's name. It says Hoag's levels. So maybe it starts with Hoag. And then it'll show up on your trading view charts. On TopStep X only. It'll show up in there as an indicator, Hoag's levels, and then it'll just always be updated every day. So that's in there.
Damn.
No cost for those levels. We used to buy levels, $1,200 a month. So please no complaining. Trade copier gets updated. All account sizes included in a group. Don't know exact details of that, but that's what you get. Trade copier updates. All account sizes included in a group. Oh, then the last one, hotkeys.
There it is. Hey, MP, I got a question. Where's Marcus kind of trading sideways right now? Taking a look. Nothing's really popping. Nice cover, D. Nice cover on that gold. Gold looks like it's kind of stalled out a little bit. Hey, MP, you were talking about when you're 18, failed business, 330 accounts, failed business, or $330,000 accounts, failed business. Humex, failed business.
No,
that
wasn't a. Yeah.
Well, when all the inventory went spilling on the 405, I mean, that was. Anyways, my question is, why the hell? How the hell are you so hard-headed to keep continuing to want to start businesses? What the hell is what is it with you? Why do you? How come failure didn't set you back? How come failure didn't make you say F this? I'm gonna go get 9 to 5.
Risk seeker. I'm a risk seeker. I'm different than people. I have an entrepreneurial trait that I did a thing. You do this personality trait thing that we did for a bunch of us leaders at Topstep to help you understand how to work with each other, so you get the traits of others. So that I haven't, but I'm just a risk seeker. I'm not going to sit on my ass and wait for myself to die. I'm going to keep, pushing boundaries, going after what things I believe in. I have this here, follow passion, and it faces me. So if you're going to follow anybody, follow passion. So I've had that one. I don't know. Believe in myself, because who else would you rather believe in?
I don't know.
Not putting my faith in a guy on the other side of the desk. I know that. He's got my life in his hands. So that's another thing. Unless that guy is a great guy like that I can believe in and get behind, and I love what they're doing and building. But I don't know. That's why I always did it. And I think you go through failures too. You're gonna go through failures regardless. So if you can learn from each one and get better, which I feel I did, and then work with better people on each one that understand the space, which we finally got to. Topstep has the best team we've ever had in our entire existence. You go through that too, as far as traders and as far as traders and Eddie, the best team. There's a period of time where there's they weren't the right people for Topstep, probably somewhere else, but you got to understand the trader, you got to understand this and that. They're very data driven when it's just about the numbers, and you can't do that. Those guys are gone, and hopefully successful somewhere else. But
get that air horn ready, Nick. I think you know what's coming here. We're about 6 ticks, about a point and a half off of new all-time highs, S&Ps, but it feels like it's slugging along to get up into that. NASDAQ just chilling in the middle right now. Not a heck of a lot. Yeah, MP.
Well, I can only assume that horn was meant to signal the Series 3.
Oh, no.
I keep my faith. I keep my faith in FINRA. Don't worry. Yesterday's was a little bit tough. Today's not so tough.
Don't go light on us, Jack. Don't go light.
Just gonna mix it up. It's like the New York Times crossword puzzle.
Yeah.
It gets harder as the week goes on. All right. Uh-oh.
When an investor owns a put and exercises, what do they get? Now, let me just point out real quick. I'm writing these as exactly as they are in the book. So this is a futures option.
Okay. Michael, do you know this one?
Yes. So you should know it. This is easy.
I do know. I do know this.
So
when you buy a put, you own the
underlying.
When you buy a put, you own the right to get short.
Sell.
All right.
At X price.
Yes.
So we are going with short futures.
Yes, that's
I am going.
Yes, that's my vote. I will see what the poll does.
Oh yeah, we'll give them a few seconds here.
Why, Jack? Well, I don't like how quickly you wanted to. What do you got?
I know. I don't like it either.
Well, I don't like how eager you were.
What do we read wrong?
Okay,
Yeah,
we
with
got
an
the
investor.
500 votes. Let's
Oh,
see
it's an
it.
investor, not a trader,
no.
an investor.
You guys are
Yes.
right.
No, it's B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like options
do-
101.
I do think it'd be funny
Nick
if
liked
when
it.
you exercised a long put, you got another long put. That would be a real
Yeah, that
circle
would
of
be a bit
causality right
weird.
there.
Yeah.
How do I
Once you
get
own a
out of
put,
the
you are
trade? How do I get out of the
always in a
trade?
put.
You're long a put, no, I'm long a put, no, I'm long a put.
It just keeps going in circles.
You're long a put.
Suddenly
never
you're
ending.
like that the chief guy from JP Morgan and you're out of a job. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a series
Thank you,
3.
Jack.
Great job, everybody.
Thank
Or you get
I like those
promoted, Jack,
questions.
because you keep everybody in a position and you keep turning them up.
I like that. I like those questions. All right. Let's take a look at our live trader leaderboard here. D up $400. MP down a couple hundred. Dakota, DLL. Tough sledding for him a little lately. Tanya, no Tanya trades, nothing. J Pell, $2,400. Nick for a tick, pretty much around scratch. Pin S was up 5,500 bucks. At 8 a.m. Central, now it's 10. Oh, well, this says of 10 a.m. now only up $785. Garrett C, $1,900. A lot of light trading. A lot of light trading lately, which is understandable based on what this market's doing.
10-point range will do that.
10-point range will do that. So we got, So I guess the name of the game is just keep your head above water right now.
Survive and advance to the next day.
Right? Exactly. We'll wait for earnings. I think we'll get some good volatility then. CPI as well.
That's why. Here, look, Nick. That's why we have this written at all of our offices. See that way over there?
What does it say?
Always trade.
Always trade for tomorrow.
Can you see that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had a trader stop by yesterday.
Oh yeah, tell us about
trader.
that.
Funded trader Charles. He comes here. He's like, I'm funded. I was funded with you guys. I'm not now. I go to college. I go, did you take a payout? He's like, yeah, $2,000. I'm like sitting there thinking, $2,000 in college. You got a whole semester of, pizza.
Fun.
No problem. Fun.
Good life.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, by the way, take that backpack. Here's a notebook. Here's some socks. You ski? Yeah, I do. Here's goggle covers. That's it. So he took that with him. And I said, keep going, keep jabbing. Yeah, he's like, I was over there eating at Fuel. And I looked up and I'm like, is that a Topstep office? So then after that, I told you about, I think Topstep will become a household name within 2 years. And I say this in no joke, because there's that, and he just saw us, and he's like, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm down at the driving range yesterday, and some guy comes up to me. He's like, oh, Topstep. I'm like, what? And then we have our buddies texting us every now and then. I was working out in Chicago wearing a Topstep t-shirt, and somebody came up to me. So it's starting, and then like some kid came up to me on Saturday when we were at the pool and said, hey, you guys do that YouTube? And I don't know. I mean, it's 14 years overnight growth. Well, I mean, it's always been growing, but like, it's just cool to be a part of. Yeah,
The overnight
not really,
success,
but
yes, that lasts for 14 years. Yeah.
Yeah, for 14 years, just grinding. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. And we don't have a marketing spend, to get our name out there. We do on Topstep TV. We just started it. It's like 20 grand a month or something like that. And you'll be seeing us littered. I like saying this. All over Trading View, Topstep TV here in like a month or two. We have a $35,000 spend with them. It's transparency, guys, right there. So, and it's all about come join us on Topstep TV, where it's real traders, real trading, real tradertainment. That's what it's about. So we're excited.
Soon we'll be walking the red carpet at the Oscars.
Oh. Michael's dream.
It's not my dream at all.
I just made that up. It's definitely not your dream. I completely just made that up. I completely just made that
You're the guy. You're the guy who would talk to my wife, being like, "Casey, you know the Oscars are coming Sunday." I'm like, "How do you know that, Andre?" Because I'm gonna watch it.
I don't live under a rock. I mean, you just gotta.
Yeah, you are pop culture in tune with it.
Aficionado, yes, indeed. We got Isaac Rivera in the chat saying, people recognize the Topstep logo all over the place when I wear one of my shirts or the 5K club hat. Pretty sweet.
Yeah. We're very proud of the brand because the brand is something you work on for a long time. Of course, trust can be built over 10 years and dissolved in 10 minutes, 10 seconds. So very conscious about all that.
Here's the quote of the day from Powell. I'm sure this will get the chat fired up. Powell says, "We do not let political considerations factor into policy decisions." There you heard it. Political stuff does not factor into policy decisions. I kind of believe him, though. All right, we got 6 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Market's quiet today. Doesn't mean money can't be made, like Dee was saying. You got to shift gears and adapt. Yesterday was quiet. Money was there to be made. All three of these traders right here. All three of these traders were able to make money. Michael is giggling, chuckling about something. What is up, Mike?
Nick was right. I mean, well, Nick, you were watching the 700s. I mean, we're 60 handles off that. And what were you watching it for? I mean, it traded down to 04. So if you're in a zone, which you could trade in zones here, which it's not called dollar cost averaging because that's an investing term. But zones are okay to be trading or what we talked about. So 04, you talking about evens. What were you talking about with the evens? The 700 evens. 20,000.
Well, it's basically the Euro Open like low basically was that 700 area on NQ. So you had all of that inventory since whatever 2 a.m., 3 a.m. my time, whatever time the Euro market's open. So we basically bounced right off of that.
Okay.
But that was the only clean trade really all day. I mean, you've been punished if you've shorted the all-time high for the last few weeks. So there really was nothing else that was kind of a clean entry, minimal moves against it. You didn't really take any heat there. And you got it, like we said, the immediate 20-point rip in your favor if you took it.
Yep. Ryan says 700 was yesterday's VWAP. What else we got?
All right. Well, we got four minutes left here. You guys looking good in those hats. D, nice trade in the gold. But before we close out Fast Markets, it would be Fast Markets if we don't do hashtag Fast Markets. Gabe, hit us with some sweet content.
There's some good ones.
All right, let's go for it. I was about to say, Nick, you preview Twitter there?
I did see a couple of them.
Yeah,
I had a good laugh.
Absolutely. All right, first one we have OnlyFunds with a little battle station pick. Top Step X Open down there, Top Step TV on the right. Up a cool $1,000 during this lovely Fast Markets. Who's ready for a successful downside auction? Turned around quite quickly.
Yes, it did. It was a quick one. Yeah.
He was all over that one.
We got Ursa coming in with
broccoli.
A quick little meme.
MP.
Farmer MP.
With the broccoli.
William Wonka?
Well, who did that? Who did that one?
I would have Snodsberry.
We serve broccoli here. They feed you that candy and sugar at the other prop first. Well done. Nice.
Gotta love it.
You let me know which one of your That's hilarious. That's good. I like that.
I like Skittles. I don't care. I like well done.
Next one, we got Lost Trader.
Nothing.
Yeah. Lost Trader.
So good. So good with the Photoshops there.
Oh my
God. Yeah, those hats are sweet.
Those are awesome. Yeah.
Kind of on the same notion here. We've got Carl Hungus, good old Texas Ranger.
Yeah.
There you go.
Someone putting ketchup on a steak.
So good.
Well done, Hungus. Bringing that fire.
Carl and Lost Trader, those are both so good.
Nailed it.
And I got one more for you guys. We have Rob Trades coming in that says this new Top Step statistics dashboard is incredible. If you are not on Top Step X, you are missing out. Thank you to MP and the team. You nailed this one.
He's trading well on Fridays. Okay. That's his good day. He looks like, it's got a lot of green on the screen. I can't zoom in that far. Nice trading, Rob.
Yeah. I mean, Rob only 3 days into this thing. Wait till we got 3 weeks, 3 months worth of data. I mean, you're really going to be
Uh-huh.
dialed in. You're really going to have some insights. You're really going to see your strengths and weaknesses.
And,
This is just going to create
Dre,
better trading.
you can see when it's like 2 months ago, but then also you're like, well, I really, like Deanna said, I really, started working on some of these things that she was talking about. Went back, blah, blah, blah. And then when I went back to the markets, it's been the last 2 weeks. Let me look at my stats from the last 2 weeks only. And you can do that. Then you can see how, oh shit, that's like way better than the last 2 months. And then you start going from the last 2 weeks because that's when you kind of changed your or dialed in or whatever you want to call it, your strategy, your psyche, whatever it is. And that's how you work to get better.
That was really good stuff today, guys. D, great trading today. Way to adjust. Back in oil, back in gold.
Yep.
Just like Michael was saying, great trading today. Great calling that gold trade. Nick, great patience today, man. A couple trades, up a couple $100. Nothing. Will you be trading the rest of the day, or you got other things on the agenda?
Yeah, I got some stuff later this afternoon, but we'll see if we get anything. Otherwise, I'm not sticking around for Power Hour.
All good, all good. Well, you'll be here in spirit. I bet I do see you in the chat, though. I'm willing to bet I will see you in the chat during Power Hour, unless you are physically removed from your house.
If I'm not at my computer, hopefully I'm
yes,
not.
fair enough. All right, well, we got some more buyers stepping in here. MP, thank you for joining us as well. That was hilarious. You are now the broccoli guy. You are serving broccoli.
Broccoli. Yeah, going golfing with CB right now.
Really? Awesome. Good for you. Tell him I say
Yeah.
hello. Hit him straight.
Hello.
No 3 putts, man. No 3 putts. It's the name of the game. No 3 putts. Anyways, we've got power players coming up next. Jared J joining us on Power Hour on the other side. Power players and others. Oh, there he is. I see Jared. What's happening, man? I'll catch up with him on the other side of this break. That was a fun, fast markets. We got more in store today. I'll still talk, and we'll keep one eye on that. Power players coming up next. Yes, you may remember him from a few weeks ago. He is back making his second appearance on Power Players. Welcome back, Jerry.
All right, time for Power Player. 2 times now. Welcome back, Jerry. Let's get right into it. Yes, making 2 all-time highs. As I try to catch a bit as well. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? What's your take on what's going on in these markets right now?
Never try to short something like this. Can I go on a little rest last night? I'm laying in bed at 11 o'clock at night. Okay, right. And I'm supposed to be sleeping. I've never traded. So I'm on a tablet. And I'm on looking at the NASDAQ and I'm looking at the 5 or 15-minute chart. Okay? And I see 3 red bars. And I'm like, oh, hey, we're getting a reversal. Because it's just been straight up, all night long. It's 11:30 at night. And so I'm like, I'm going to take a short. I take a short, and it drops down a little bit, and boom, reverses. I'm out. And I do it the second time, see another pattern, and pretty soon I'm sitting there thinking, what actually looks like a reversal? Why in the world would I short this? Just because I got 2 or 3 red bars. I start scrolling back, and I'm like, just kind of move the chart like off the screen, and to the next, like, biggest 2 red bars. I'm like, oh, there's another short. And then I move my chart back over, and I'm like, wait a minute. It never was a short. And I instantly had this moment of like, what an idiot. What actually looks like a short? It's like my whole world kind of just fell apart. Like, I have no clue what a reversal or what a short actually is. Sure, maybe I have a couple setups of like, saying that he is high or something like that. But I started like, whole life started replaying in front of me. All the times that I tried to take a short, it's like, the trend is up. What am I doing shorting?
Oh, life flashed before your eyes. Oh no, Jared. It's a damn.
It's really boring.
That's not. No, man. Also, you got my partner, my man. Power Hour started himself. Dolby time in the house. Dolby time. What are we trading today? We got NQ, YM. What are we looking at today?
We're in YM. That's what I'm looking at today. I'm looking at NQ, but I'm not gonna make my contact. Sitting with too much eye contact will make it commit. Yeah, A2M2 taking trades at 11 p.m. at night. That's what I do. You tell me you're a patient market.
Tony Smith in the chat. You're not trading back. Just pull up. Just take a peek, see what's happening over here. Oh, there's movement. 3 bars, 3 red bars. The path was a little nice.
Would you rather trade that or
Eat a bed is hard no. Never. Who wants to wake up with like a piece of donut smashed to their face?
Room service is the only exception, I would say. Room service is the only exception. But that's, of course, that's not bad. All right, Jared, any trades taken today? If so, tell us about it.
Yeah. Okay. So this morning I did take a couple of NASDAQ trades. And the reason being is I didn't do a short. Never short. I'm just going to kind of bring it up here for a second. So the reason why was I had some GEX levels on the chart that it's
what levels? I'm sorry?
So options levels from DEX and GEX. So expected move I had up on there because there was pricing gone up. It was above the overnight high. So really I shouldn't have been taking a short, but it hit that level, and so I was like, we get a little rejection. So I went kind of heavy on it. I actually went 10 contracts on that, grabbed it, and it worked. But I did not stay in the trade. And then I'm done for the day. I'm kind of distracted. That's it. But yeah, I got out. 5,300 in this car.
5,300 in this car.
But yeah, I kind of noticed, like, as an example here, like, on my chart.
Yeah, I kind of noticed, like, as an example here on my chart.
I got 5 minutes up here right now. And this is a perfect example right now. Oh, look.
This is a perfect example.
We're going down.
Got this massive rejection. We're going down. We're following. We haven't say yesterday's settlement price is way down here at 78. Cool. It'd be really nice if we caught that, but not even close to it. a short and what a long actually looks like.
People trip over themselves to get one ahead of those 700 level NASDAQ. They're all day. They're definitely jumping for trip over.
Yeah, and I know the old trade. Anytime I ever forget that, oh, you grew up moving average company. You will never lose all the 20 moving average that company. Yeah, but then you get such terrible entries and such terrible assets. That might work on a swing trade, but when you're doing a day trade, you got no wiggle room. I still believe in Santa Claus, but I still believe I can get like solid entries and exits. To that tick.
Speaking of which, Dolby time. Why not really see very many ranges to trend to the upside. Look at my 5 minutes. So, what are your thoughts? How are you adapting? How do you adapt your style of trading to markets get worse?
Well, I just listen into my system. If it doesn't penetrate, doesn't penetrate. Obviously, it's a person.
EP guesses? I think it's coming here in the next couple of days. Do you want to make a guess on a stream?
Yeah, I mean, you know who I like. I like Byron Donald. I like Byron Donald because, well, I like him as a person. He's from Florida, and, you know,
You have like a previous 4-hour range through to that extent from, say, 37 to 84.50. We're at the bottom of that range, so my increase is using support in that area. If we do like 3 to 4 days a week. I still think there's some upside to let's see if I can get long. Then YM is just kind of just going up. Why do you think, so, Goldie, why do you think there's more upside? We're trading, there's a green bar on the creek.
3. That's the number of traders we have in our firm, S&P Capital, that have each netted nearly $20 million in trading profit.
5-9 J. Let me speed my mind up. This is me keeping it real. Keeping it 100 up. Let's go. Yeah. I feel like Michael Jackson. I'll be spazzing, making moves. Been to jail, I my time. Learned to pay my dues. I was active in that store with the heavy point of view. I wasn't doing.
hey, yo, what's good with everybody, man? I hope everybody's having a productive day. I always say it's one life, one chance, and we got one chance to do this right. Let's get it done. That being said, maybe you see the thumbnail. I find it funny, I find it interesting, right? So I did a video about the 3 white guys that blasted the black. You know, the man lost his life, regardless of what he done, regardless of his accusations. I say accusations because, you know, after I did that video, you know, somebody did come forward with some more recent information. Now, this one makes my job a little hard because I have to sit here and decipher and have to double check and I have to reach out to people. Makes it very complicated at times, right? So I was told this familiar information that he was the lookout because of the selling, what the selling done to the woman in the other facility, I believe it was Jamestown, and got accused for that assault case on a woman. And that he was the lookout, so they blasted him. Now, mind you, when I do these things, because, you know, as soon as I dropped that video, as soon as I dropped that video the next day, they pretty much said, like, the first 5 comments were like, 5'9" snitch, and the biggest YouTube snitch, and he was all kinds of stuff, right? I laugh on my head, you know, they're very cute. But the more they do stuff like this, the more it gives me ideas to create content and address matters. Hey, they only help me with my bag, so, you know, I appreciate the content, I appreciate the criticism, because the way I combat it back has allowed me to put extra content up in the air. So I do that, right? And yeah, a lot of people have called me that. I've seen people that don't know me from Adam, that I didn't even know they existed in YouTube channels, and they made videos about me. Said I had told on the FBI and IGI, and I was like, the FBI? I'm always powerful because I made it to the FBI's list. And I had to tell on the FBI instead of work with the FBI. But you know, people pick and choose what they want to put out on me just to get the attention that they for their channel, right? I appreciate it, you know, more power to them. But I look at this particular story, and it's situations like this. Now, mind you, his family was in the comment section. But his family has also been in my DMs on Instagram. And they just want to know, was it real? It is what it is. It's prison. You know? And to be able to have information to at least provide, and for them to decide, or to give them some type of closure as to what took place. Because oftentimes, inmates in prison don't inform or keep their family updated and abreast of what's going on in the premises. You just don't. You call your family, you call your mom, you call your baby mama, you call your wife, man, everything's good, man, what's good with you? I'm chilling, I haven't got involved in nothing. Whole time you've been involved in all kinds of illegal recreational activities, your gang politics, drama, drugs, addiction, you name it. You're gonna get involved in a lot of it. You don't want your family to know about those kind of things. So it gives me a sense of power and also relief when I'm provided this kind of information and I become with the public, because I don't know half the people that I've gotten to know. You know, it's just me on this YouTube channel. So there's been so many occasions that I've done videos about certain cases, certain situations, certain information that I received from the penal system, and families were able to reach out to get more of the story. Because mind you, as good as I feel doing that and being able to give some families some closure as to what's going on and what's taking place and how prison really works, and how inmates get involved and what inmates do to each other, there's also a substantial amount of times that a family member has reached out to me, a loved one, a wife, a daughter, and be like, hey man, I need to know this about my dad. Can you tell me what happened? Like, can you look into it for me? You know, people believe that I have contacts with every prison. People believe that I have contacts with COs. People believe that I got contacts with the FBI, I guess. You know, so to not be able to give them information, I feel like I'm losing. I feel like I'm not doing enough. I feel like I'm not giving them my best. Because I'm trying to please everybody in a sense to where, I mean, for one, for my audience members and entertainment purposes, I provide this information. Two, you know, I'm able to find these kind of answers for situations like this, what happened to this kid. Now, the other information that I received was kind of hard to decipher, but pretty much money was owed somewhere, somebody paid one person, told that person to pay the other person, and that person didn't pay up, they checked their bank accounts, and they stabbed him into his life. Made it kind of hard to understand and comprehend in a sense because I know the BBCs. I've been around them for a very long time. They're only on the level 2s, level 3s, they're not even on the level 4s or 80s like that. They're really not. And if they are, so they're finally put in some more. The reality of that group segment has never been that violent and that structured and that organized to target people. Because like I said, the situation was weird. The SNY, the blacks, don't take care of their own per se, unless it has to do with them, with each other. So say blacks are in like internal politics, and then somebody messes up, okay, they'll all talk amongst each other, knock this one down, get him off the yard. You know, he's not fit for the program. But the way blacks operate on the SNY is if he's questioned by another ethnicity, whites, brown, STG, you name it, they're going to look into it. If they feel like he's not in the wrong, they're going to back his play. There's going to be some people that will jump for him, not all blacks, but there's going to be people that jump for him, protect him, and defend him, and not let him get touched by another race. You know, becomes a black man. But if he's in the wrong, oftentimes, 95% of the time, they'll be like, you guys can have him. We'll get away, we'll move out the way, and make sure you guys get him over there, take care of him over there, make sure none of my people are hurt or hit. That's how it usually works. Now, how the whites get involved, I've never seen, like, diplomatic solutions and be resolved amongst blacks and whites on the yard. It rarely ever happens. They rarely ever get into it with each other. So how the BBC's got involved with taking this black man's life, I don't know. That's the part I don't know. So when they tell me about the money being owed and this person had to pay this person, but this person just paid this dude off and told this dude to give their money to these 3 guys and the money never showed up and somebody tried to check, it wasn't in the bank account, so they killed him. You know, obviously it had to be for something big if it had to do with money. But multiple sources from different angles, from the angles that I had, told me it was about the Jamestown and the Joe Sutton. So I have to factor both information in, providing it for you guys. To me, it really doesn't matter. Because like I said, that whole Jamestown situation does not make sense at all, whatsoever. And I think for those that have been in the penal system know it's hard for an inmate to gain access to the tower from the bottom. There is no like board with buttons that's going to allow you to press and open that door and have access to the top. The control group on the top is what controls all the buttons being open and being shut. So how did that man get access up there? Pure speculations, but obviously there's a woman CO that's involved that's claiming sexual assault, so I don't want to say anything to offend that person, but it's up in the air, bro, because but in the history of prison society and prison organizations and prisons altogether, have you heard about a situation like that occurred where an inmate broke into the burger, got into the tower? Never. Since prison's been open, never.
Why not?
I've heard some weird scenarios. Far-fetched. I've been some J-Cats I can pull some stunts off that kind of makes you look at it like, man, he did that. He did that. He got away with that one. But this one in particular is the first. And I was in prison for 2 years. And even before that, I've talked to many inmates that could not share a story similar to that, even remotely close to that. So it's sketchy, it's in the air. But either way, this black man was not the man that committed the assault on that woman, whether it was false or whether it was true. Whether he looked out or not, he wasn't connected to that assault. Somebody else did it, and if he's being accused just for lookout and not ossified purely because of that, I still don't see the whites taking the initiative to do that and take matters into their own hands to that degree. Because that group has not been a violent offending group since I've known them. That's what made it even more confusing, and I had to admit that openly to you guys, like, bro, this group is not, they're not down like that. The USAS and the SNYs, when they got green lighted off the main lines, blasted these schools left and right. So the USAS got blasted by the whole white factions, by the non-affiliated whites. So it's mind-boggling. Now, if you take the dope aspect that was thrown into this, yeah, it's possible. Could have been over cell phones, could have been over a lot of things. So for the family members to ask me, they just want to know if he's in the wrong, I just had to give them dope aspects that I was providing. And I told them which aspect was provided to me multiple times from multiple different sources that are not even connected to each other. One of them being somebody working for the facility. So when a cop hears rumors, that's pretty much what they go off of. No one's going to tell the cop the truth. But it's still a sense of relief that I'm able to provide by having this kind of content and this kind of connects, which are very small. People think I have a lot of them, but they're very small. See, people come forward because they know I'm willing to speak up, speak out, speak against, and speak my mind when it comes to any relevant topic. Because I don't live by the same biasness and mind control everybody else has that accuses me of being a snitch all over YouTube. Now, your big homie tells you to go scrub the floor with a toothbrush, you're going to go do it. You're not going to ask questions. Me, I have a free mind. I have a free will. Most importantly, God gave me free will. And I have man's will.
Yeah, the Fed does not need inflation to be 2% on rates. So much room to say that.
Painting contractors. What would you charge to paint my house? This is the back of it. Here's
He's
a
just sticking to his,
It's not.
What's good, Anthony? Thank you guys once again, like always, for tuning in. As you guys can see on the thumbnail and on the title, right? Yeah, we got some fire today, huh? Lefty Gunplay, M-Band tapped in with Upstation Daniels. Oh shit. Looks like we're gonna be having a new diss track coming up soon. You guys already know, man, when it came to diss track, so far, I'm still gonna say, homie, Vance went the hardest. He ended up fucking exposing some things. And till this day, man, as you guys can see, some people are still in their feelings. So with all that being said, man, make sure to hit a like for your boy. Make sure to subscribe, hit that follow, hit that notification bell. Because we will go live, man. I know that there's been some new things that have been going on, but we'll explain, homie, on the actual live. So with all that being said, thank you guys once again for all the love and support. And let's get right into it. So today, man, as I was scrolling through IG, I ended up seeing a post, man, that the Fools community, right, ended up dropping, where they showed that Lefty Gunplay, or actually they didn't show nothing where it shows Lefty actually on there, but apparently there was an upstater or some Daniels, they were bumping Lefty's music, and let's just say, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt, right? That Lefty Gunplay did go up north, because I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with it. I don't think that he should be that scared, homie, to go up north. I know in the past he's said like, oh, I'll never go out there and all this, right? But after he got dissed on that track, bro, I believe, man, that he's
he's actually been in his feelings, bro. I know a lot of people that support Nicky Gunplay, like, nah, Conejo, that's not the case, homie. I honestly do think that's the case, G. I honestly think that his homies have been on his bumper. I believe King can.
Meantime, pools are in control, man. Dolby time is long. $82.39. Dolby time. What are we looking for? Parties and other asking chat. What do you think?
Higher.
I like that.
80s would be great. Anything over 82.39, I would love. Let it play out. Like, it's not an issue. Let it actually play out. This is the name of the game. I'm going to trade where I haven't done this. I've got these because I'm not trading NASDAQ. That's one. We'll see how this holds up. I'm looking for a breakout out of the range.
Breakouts. In the chat says, man, Dolby is so funny. I love him.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying. Okay? I picked up the car a few months ago. Watch this, ready? $97 premium. $20 were my fees. $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. $39. $118. Check this out, ready? $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision. Right? The same make and model. Hyundai Ioniq. Okay? Now, guys, it's the same policy. $118 to $39. As you can see, I have full coverage. I have a premium policy. I love my coverage and I love my insurance company, but I was paying a lot and I didn't even realize it. Check this out. See that? Right? Hyundai Ioniq.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel.
46. Get nothing above it. That's kind of what I'm betting on.
So, what was it, a week ago? 2 weeks ago? Swifty Blue and Chico Ranas were rolling in the car.
That's not you.
Swifty was dissing the Lord. Chito was thinking of what he was going to eat next. Everything was good in the hood. And this morning, shout out to Cali Hood Media. Once again, look at, there's people that say, oh, he gets more right than he gets wrong. I'll say that right now. And he's obviously plugged in. And this morning I get up and I'm like, okay, let me scroll. YouTube is my job. Let me look at what's going on in my work environment. And I see Swifty Blue has dissed Chito Ranas, Lefty Gunplay, King Little G. I couldn't find the song. I really wanted to hear the song. Very said. I think Southerners are going to get grounded. Honestly, I think. No. How come I see that Rasta from Northern California, the rappers dissing each other? The way I'm seeing the Southerners are doing.
Man, I was watching some
why are Southerners looking? This is what blows my mind.
Oh, man. Yeah.
You have certain rappers from Southern California disrespecting dudes that are a plane flight away.
It's like, yeah,
right?
One of the greatest.
And
a lot like
the dudes that are a phone call away, a few minutes away, they don't link up and talk behind the scenes and they gotta get down with each other, or something like that. No, we have to do it. An old dinosaur like me is gonna make a video about it. And it's honestly a bad look. Southerners historically are always on each other's stories. That's what nobody else gets. This is why I said, in prison, the biggest threat for Southerners is another Southerner, and that's for every group, right? But this is just a glimpse of
into how people, instead of
fantastic.
seeing what's this about to do right, and then how can I apply that to what I do, it's, or he's getting successful, fuck that, like the beating, he wasn't enjoying, or he wasn't putting work, or he didn't get, or he didn't develop. I want to shut your crying ass up. Honestly.
Do you see Martin movie?
It's like horrible,
Okay. Like, I'm not lying. I get FOMO when I see that rally like that.
I've talked about it over and over and over again, the crabs in the bucket mentality that's going down, man, and it's honestly coming from people in my backyard, man. More than anybody. The opportunity to make money. Like, why did you get into professional? Just to get, 20,000, 30,000 people to follow you, and then just talk shit the rest of your life about other people.
Jared, you heard it.
It's a trip, man. Me being a student of history, me always wanting to learn, I pay attention. Every rapper, I don't care how about they have a window. They have a shelf life, and then people move on. Why are these rappers wasting their shelf life not putting out music and instead gossiping? Everybody knows how it is. You don't know, somebody you know does. Somebody who won't forget it. But instead, you got the ones that are pretending to be the hardest working people, so they can't communicate. I don't get it. I honestly, Snoopy Blue, I don't get it.
Tomorrow. Powell breaking some news. Not need to get inflation to 2% to cut rates. I have not heard that yet. I just sort of flew this rally.
The bottom range will have the supports. We'll try to add another one at 82.1. I have this on that one as dollars at risk of trade. But this does end up bouncing. I have contracts and a really nice entry. To me, I think it's going to be this. It's averaging or whatever. I just value trade, that's all.
So you're not adding to a loser?
Oh no, I most certainly am. I'm not on the 15-minute range low now, so this is like the release. We have kind of 86s. Not accept. It's been long all day, so this has been long. I don't actually. But this is kind of like the tricky thing with getting into the markets that like I think I'm like in the middle of like what's going on. So you're not just really it's kind of the same thing as like starting to trade during the lower hour where it's like okay, trending up all day. Now for the last hour, what are we gonna do? Like it's gonna go up. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. I would give it a trend, but not as much time.
You're going to see oil EWAP for this session roughly like about 81.97 roughly. We do have a negative delta of 160.
It's adding like a little bit of risk, but now
Sounds like you're justifying it.
Range.
I can justify it. I've been trading long enough. I know how this shit works.
Love it.
But let's be honest, so I only lost because I think it's not done. I'm only losing 230. Now mid, not tracked. Those rallies is 1.2. I have
my chart if you don't mind for a second. Let me just talk this out for a second. So this is 500 tick chart. And you see a higher high here, potential rejection right here, right? Now, it won't be itching. I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it, and I would take that short right here at the bottom of this big red candle. But I am slowly coming to the conclusion that no, it will retrace this imbalance, and your first chance to get short is 24.75 right at once the imbalance. What do you guys think? What's the view?
I tell you what we can do.
Please, sorry, I'll stop you about you back. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Please don't take that.
Don't worry.
You got something coming your way in about 1 minute. So you got something coming your way. So I'll work this. I'm so sorry.
The short is once the imbalance gets filled. This red.
free will. It's just telephone.
Past, I would try to shorten at the bottom of the red part.
You see your kids grow, but you have no part of it. It's like living in the ultimate purgatory.
In the beginning was the Logos, the Big Bang, the primordial Om. Big Bang theory says that the physical universe spiraled out of an unimaginably hot and dense single point, called a singularity, billions of times smaller than the head of a pin. It does not say why or how. The more mysterious something is, the more we take for granted that we understand it. It was thought that eventually gravity would either slow the expansion or contract the universe in a big crunch. However, images from the Hubble Space Telescope show that the universe's expansion seems to be actually accelerating, expanding faster and faster as it grows out of the Big Bang. Somehow, there is more mass in the universe than physics predicted. To account for the missing mass, physicists now say that the universe consists of only 4% atomic matter, or what we consider normal matter. 23% of the universe is dark matter, and 73% is dark energy, what we previously thought of as empty space. It is like an invisible nervous system that runs throughout the universe, connecting all things. The ancient Vedic teachers taught Nada Brahma, the universe is vibration. The vibratory field is at the root of all true spiritual experience and scientific investigation. It is the same field of energy that saints, Buddhas, yogis, mystics, priests, shamans, and seers have observed by looking within themselves.
If you're a property flipper, your world is about to be turned upside down because interest rates are going up, property values are softening.
A year ago, my life had collapsed around me. I'd worked myself into exhaustion. My father died suddenly, and my relationships were in turmoil. Little did I know at the time, out of my greatest despair was to come the greatest gift. I'd been given a glimpse of a great secret. I've been began tracing the secret back through history. I couldn't believe all the people who knew this. They were the greatest people in history. All I wanted to do was share the secret with the world. I began searching for people alive today who know the secret. One by one, they began to emerge.
You know, this secret gives you everything you want. Happiness, health, and wealth. You can have, do, or be anything you want. We can have whatever it is that we choose. Don't care how big it is. What kind of a house do you want to live in?
Do you want to be a millionaire?
What kind of a business do you want to have?
Do you want more success?
What do you really want?
I've seen many miracles take place in people's lives. Financial miracles, miracles of physical healing, mental healing, healing in relationships.
All of this happened because of knowing how to apply the secret.
This is the great secret of life.
You've probably been sitting there wondering, what is the secret? I'll tell you how I have come to understand it. We all work with one infinite power. We all guide ourselves by exactly the same law. The natural laws of the universe are so precise that we don't even have any difficulty building spaceships. We can send people to the moon, and we can time the landing with the precision of a fraction of a second. I don't care if you're in India, if you're in Australia, New Zealand, Stockholm, or London, or Toronto, or Montreal, or New York. We're all working with one power, one law. It's attraction. The secret is the law of attraction. Everything that's coming into your life, you are attracting into your life. And it's attracted to you by virtue of the images you're holding in your mind. It's what you're thinking. You see, whatever is going on in your mind, you are attracting to you. Now, wise people have always known that. You can go right back to the ancient Babylonians. They've always known this. It's a small select group of people. Why do you think that 1% of the population earns around 96% of all the money that's being earned? Do you think that's an accident? It's no accident. It's designed that way. They understand something. They understand the secret. And you are being introduced to the secret.
The simplest way for me to look at the law of attraction is if I think of myself as a magnet, and I know that a magnet will attract you.
Very basically put, the law of attraction says that like attracts like, but we're really talking at a level of thought.
Our job as humans is to hold on to the thoughts of what we want, make it absolutely clear in our minds what we want, and from that we start to invoke one of the greatest laws of the universe, and that's the law of attraction. You become what you think about most, but you also attract what you think about most. If you see it in here, you're going to hold it here.
And that principle can be summed up in 3 simple words. Thoughts become things.
What most people don't understand is a thought has a frequency. Every thought has a frequency. We can measure a thought. And so if you're thinking that thought over and over and over again, or if you're imagining in your mind, okay, having that brand new car, having the money that you need, building that company, finding your soulmate, if you imagine what that looks like, you're emitting that frequency on a consistent basis. Thoughts are sending out that magnetic signal that is drawing the parallel back to you. See yourself living in abundance, and you will attract it. It always works. It works every time with every person. Here's the problem. Most people are thinking about what they don't want, and they're wondering why it shows up over and over and over again.
The law of attraction doesn't care whether you perceive something to be good or bad, or whether you don't want it, or whether you do want it. It's responding to your thoughts. So if you're sitting there looking at a mountain of debt, feeling terrible about it, that's the signal you're putting out to the universe. Wow, I feel really bad because of all this debt I've got. You're just affirming it to yourself. You feel it on every level of your being. That's what you're going to get more of.
The law of attraction is really obedience. When you think of the things that you want and you focus on them with all of your intention, the law of attraction will give you what you want every time. When you focus on the things that you don't want, I don't want to be late, I don't want to be late, you really are calling that into existence. The law of attraction doesn't hear that you don't want it, and so it's going to show up over and over and over again. The law of attraction is not biased to wants or don't want. It manifests the things that you think of.
The law of attraction is always working. Whether you believe it or understand it or not, it's always working.
It's working as much as you're thinking. Anytime your thoughts are flowing, the law of attraction is operational. When you're thinking about the past, present, or future, the law of attraction is working. It's an ongoing process. You don't press pause, you don't press stop. It is forever in action. That's your thoughts.
Creation is always happening. Every time an individual has a thought or a prolonged, chronic way of thinking, they're in the creation process. Something is going to manifest out of those thoughts.
Law of attraction says, we'll give you whatever it is you say and focus on. And so if you're complaining about how bad it is, what you're creating is more of how bad it is. I had a student named Robert. Robert was a gay man, and he was taking an online course I have, part of which entails email access to me. And he outlined all of the grim realities of his life. In his job, all the people ganged up on him. And it was constantly stressful because of how nasty they were. When he walked down the street, he said every block he was accosted by homophobic people who wanted to abuse him in some way. He was wanting to become a stand-up comedian. And when he went out and did a stand-up...
Hey girl! Girl! I do not know the name of this girl. What I do know is neutral is the taste, he said, something with real vodka and real fruit juice. This one I know. Little orangey. Neutral. Keep it tasty.
About being gay. And his whole life was one of a lot of unhappiness and misery, and it all focused around this idea of being attacked because he was gay. I began to teach him that he was focusing on what he did not want. I directed him back to his email that he sent me and said, read it again. Look at all the things you do not want that you're telling me about. And I can tell you're very passionate about this. When you focus on something with a lot of passion, it makes it happen even faster. And then he really started taking this
thing about focusing on what you want to heart. And he began to really try. What happened within the next 6 to 8 weeks was absolutely a miracle. He said that all the people in his office that had been harassing him either transferred to another department, quit working at the company, or started totally leaving him alone, and he began to love his job. He noticed that when he was walking down the street that nobody came up to him and harassed him anymore. They just weren't there. When he went and did his stand-up comedy routines, he started getting standing ovations and nobody was heckling him. His whole life changed because he changed from focusing on what he did not want, what he was afraid of, what he wanted to avoid, to focusing on what he did want.
So we may be very positive in our outlook and orientation. We tend to attract positive people and positive events and circumstances. We'll be very negative in our orientation, or very angry, in which case we tend to attract negative, angry people and negative, angry circumstances.
And so you end up attracting to you the predominant thoughts that you're holding in your awareness, whether those thoughts are conscious or whether they're unconscious. That's the rub.
If you look very carefully, when it comes to the secret, the power of our mind, the power of our intention in our daily lives, it's all around us. All we got to do is open our eyes and look.
You can see law of attraction everywhere. You draw everything to yourself. The people, the job, the circumstances, the health, the wealth, the debt, the joy, the car that you drive, the community that you're in, and you're drawn more to it, like a magnet. What you think about, you bring about. Your life is a physical manifestation of the thoughts that go on in your head.
I mean, I'm not talking to you from the point of view of just wishful thinking or imaginary craziness. I'm talking to you from a deeper, basic understanding. Quantum physics really begins to point to this discovery. It says that you can't have a universe without mind entering into it. The mind is actually shaping the very thing that is being perceived.
Now, if you don't understand it, doesn't mean you should reject it. You don't understand electricity properly. First of all, no one even knows what electricity is, and yet you enjoy the benefits of it. You know how it works. I don't know how it works, but I do know this, that you can cook a man's dinner with electricity, and you can also cook the man.
People oftentimes, when they begin to understand the great secret, become frightened of all of these negative thoughts that they have. Two things that we can be aware of. One, it has been proven now scientifically that an affirmative thought is hundreds of times more powerful than a negative thought. So that eliminates a degree of worry right there.
And the second thing is that thank God there's a time delay, that all of your thoughts don't come true instantly. We'd be in trouble if they did. The time delay serves you. It allows you to reassess, think about what you want, and make a new choice.
So you want to become aware of your thoughts, you want to choose your thoughts carefully, and you want to have fun with this, because you are the masterpiece of your own life. You are the Michelangelo of your own life. The David that you are sculpting is you, and you do it with your thoughts.
The leaders in the past who had the secret wanted to keep the power and not share the power. So they kept people ignorant of the secret. People went to work, they did their job, they came home. They were on a treadmill with no power because the secret was kept in the few.
We live in a universe in which there are laws. Just as there's a law of gravity, if you fall off a building, it doesn't matter whether you're a good person or a bad person, you're going to hit the ground.
Everything that's around you right now in your life, including the things you're complaining about, you've attracted. Now, I know at first blush that's going to be something that you hate to hear. You're going to immediately say, I didn't attract a car accident. I didn't attract this particular client. I didn't particularly attract the debt. I didn't attract whatever it happens to be that you're complaining about. And I'm here to be a little bit in your face and to say, yes, you did attract. And this is one of the hardest concepts to get. But once you've accepted it, it's life transforming. This is part of the overall giant secret here.
And most of us attract by default. We just think that we don't have any control over it. Our thoughts are on autopilot, our feelings are on autopilot, and so everything is just brought to us by default.
Now, if this is your first time to hear this, it may feel like, oh, I have to now monitor my thoughts. This is going to be a lot of work. It will seem like that at first, but that's where the fun begins.
It's impossible to monitor every thought we have. Researchers tell us that we have about 60,000 thoughts a day. Can you imagine how exhausted we feel trying to control all of those thoughts? Fortunately, there's an easier way, and it's our feelings. Our feelings let us know what it is that we're thinking.
So your thoughts cause your feelings.
The emotions are this incredible gift that we have to let us know what we're attracting.
Think about it. You have good feelings and you have bad feelings. And you know the difference between the two because one makes you feel good and the other makes you feel bad. It's the depression, it's the guilt, it's the resentment, the anger. It's those feelings. They don't make you feel empowered. Those are bad.
Another level is called bad frequency or bad vibes or whatever you want to call it.
The flip side to that is that you have good emotions, good feelings. And you know when they come because they make you feel good. Excitement, joy, gratitude, love. Imagine if we can feel that way every day. When you celebrate the good feelings, you'll draw to you more good feelings and things that make you feel good.
So it's really it's right there. The answer is, what am I attracting right now? How do you feel? I feel good. Good. Keep doing that.
Our feelings are a feedback mechanism to us about whether we're on track or not, whether we're on course or off course.
If you're feeling good, then you're creating a future that's on track with what you're desiring. If you're feeling bad, you're creating a future that's off track with your desires. As you go about your day, the law of attraction is working every second. Everything we think, everything we're feeling is creating our future. If you're worried, if you're in fear, then that's bringing more of that into your life throughout the day. Whatever you're thinking and feeling today is creating your future.
And you're getting exactly what you're feeling about, not so much what you're thinking about. That's why people, if they stub their toe out of bed, they tend to spiral. The whole day goes like that, you know. They have no clue that a simple shifting of their emotions can change their entire day and life. If you start out having a good day and you're in that particular happy feeling, as long as you don't allow something to change your mood, you're going to continue to attract, by the law of attraction, more situations, circumstances, people that sustain that happy feeling. Good days, bad days, rich get richer, poor get poorer. It's all about what these people are predominantly and continually feeling.
You can begin right now to feel healthy. You can begin to feel prosperous. You can begin to feel the love that's surrounding you, even if it's not there. And what will happen is the universe will correspond to the nature of your soul. The universe will correspond to the nature of that inner feeling and manifest, because that's the way.
Your thoughts?
My biggest concern when I was thinking of getting Botox Cosmetic was
losing my expression. I wanted to stay hobby and stay me.
the doctor did great at explaining that the treatment plan for me was what I needed.
So I got treated on my forehead,
My crow's feet and my frown lines. I'm so happy with the results.
my results are subtle,
I'm still myself.
just with fewer lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Learn more at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Always be there. Guaranteed.
So basically what you focus on with thought and feeling is what you attract into your experience, whether or not it's something you want.
It's hard to swallow. But when we can begin to open ourselves up to that, ramifications are awesome. It means that whatever thought has done in your life, it can be undone through a shift in your awareness.
It's really important that you feel good, because this feeling good is what goes out as a signal into the universe and starts to attract more of itself to you. So the more you can feel good, the more you will attract the things that help you feel good and are to keep bringing you up higher and higher.
When you're feeling down, do you know that you can change it like that? Put on a beautiful piece of music. Start singing. That'll change your emotion. Or think of something beautiful. Think of a baby. Maybe one you love. And you know what? Really keep that thought in your mind. Block everything out with that thought. I guarantee you'll start to feel good.
This principle applies to your family pet, for instance, which I believe are wonderful because they put you in a great emotional state. When you feel love for your pet, that's a great state of love that's going to bring goodness into your life. What a gift that is.
Once you begin to understand and truly master your thoughts and feelings, that's when you see how you create your own reality. That's where your freedom is. That's where all your power is. That's when you see how you can become a deliberate creator of your life. And when you are a deliberate creator of your life, when you use this law of attraction, you will have a life that is beyond what you could possibly imagine.
Since I learned the secret and started applying it to my life has truly become magical. I think the kind of life that everybody dreams of, and I live on a day-to-day basis. I live in a $4.5 million mansion. I have a wife to die for. I get to vacation in all the fabulous spots of the world. I've climbed mountains, I've explored, I've been on safari. And all of this happened and continues to happen because of knowing how to apply the secret.
Life can be absolutely phenomenal, and it should be. And it will be when you start using the secret.
Well, a lot of people ask me what their job is in the creative process and what the job of the universe is. So let's look at that for a moment.
Let's use this metaphor. If you think about Aladdin and his lamp, you've probably heard of that. I mean, Aladdin picks up the lamp, he dusts it off, and out pops the genie. The genie always says one thing.
Your wishes will come right.
If you trace the story back to its origins, we now think that there's 3 wishes, but if you trace the story back to its origins, there's absolutely no limit whatsoever to the wishes. Think about that one. Now, let's take this metaphor and blow it out and apply it to you in your life. Remember, Aladdin is the one who always asks for what he wants. Then you've got the universe at large, which is this grand genie, and traditions, have called it so many different things. Your holy guardian angel, your higher self. I mean, we can put any label on it, and you choose the one that works best for you. But every tradition has told us there's something bigger than us. And the genie always says one thing.
Your wish is my command.
There is a creative process, a 3-step process, and it's been around for 2,000 years. The first step is to ask. You make a command to the universe. Let the universe know what you want. The universe responds to the
What do you really want? Sit down and write it out on a piece of paper. Write it in the present tense. You might begin by writing, I am so happy and grateful now that, and then explain how you want your life to be in every area.
And this is really fun. This is like having the universe as your catalog, and you flip through it and you go, well, I'd like to have this experience, and I'd like to have that product, and I'd like to have a person like that. It is you just placing your order with the universe. It's really that easy.
Step 2 is believe. Believe that it's already yours. Have what I love to call unwavering faith. Believing in the unseen.
Your wish is my command.
And the universe will start to rearrange itself to make it happen for you.
Most of us have never allowed ourselves to want what we truly want because we can't see how it's going to manifest.
If you do just a little research, it is going to become evident to you that anyone that ever accomplished anything did not know how they were going to do it. They only knew they were going to do it.
You don't need to know how it's going to come about. You don't need to know how the universe will rearrange itself.
You don't know how. It'll be shown to you. You'll attract the way.
Most of the time when we don't see the things that we've requested, we get frustrated, get disappointed, and we begin to become doubtful. The doubt comes about a feeling of disappointment. Recognize that feeling and replace it with a feeling of unwavering faith. I know that it's on its way. Step 3, and the final step in the process, is to receive. Begin to feel wonderful about it. Feel the way you will feel once it arrives. Feel it now.
And in this process, it's important to feel good, to be happy, because when you're feeling good, you're putting yourself in the frequency of what it is that you're wanting.
This is a feeling universe. So if you just intellectually believe something, but you have no corresponding feeling underneath that, you don't necessarily have enough power to manifest what you want in your life. You have to feel it.
And when you turn that fantasy into a fact, you're in the position to build bigger and better fantasies. And that, my friend, is the creative process.
So the law of attraction, the study and practice of the law of attraction is just figuring out what will help you generate the feelings of having it now. Go test drive that car. Go shop for that home. Get in the house. Do whatever you have to do to generate the feelings of having it now and remember them. Whatever you can do to do that will help you to literally attract it. It could be you wake up and it's just there, it's manifesting. Or you might get some inspired idea of some action to take. You certainly shouldn't be going, well, I could do it this way, but man, I hate that, because you're not on the right track if that's the case. Action will sometimes be required, but if you're really doing it in line with what the universe is trying to deliver, it's going to feel joyous, you're going to feel so alive, time will just stop, you can do it all day.
The universe likes speed. Don't delay, don't second guess, don't doubt. When the opportunity's there, when the impulse is there, when the intuitive nudge from within is there, act. That's your job. And that's all you have to do.
You will attract everything that you require. If it's money you need, you'll attract it. If it's people you need, you'll attract it. If it's a certain book you need, you'll attract it. You've got to pay attention to what you're attracted to. Because as you hold images of what you want, you're going to be attracted to things, they're going to be attracted to you. But it literally moves into physical reality with and through you. And it does that by law.
You can start with nothing. And out of nothing, and out of no way, a way will be made. Think of this. A car driving through the night, the headlights only go 100 to 200 feet forward. And you can make it all the way from California to New York, driving through the dark, because all you have to see is the next 200 feet. And that's how life tends to unfold before us. If we just trust that the next 200 feet will unfold after that, and the next 200 feet will unfold after that, your life will keep unfolding, and it will eventually get you to the destination of whatever it is you truly want, because you want it.
So this book, while you trade, so
Well, another thing people wonder about is how long is this going to take? How long will it take to manifest the car, the relationship, the money, whatever it happens to be? Well, I don't have any rule book that says it's going to take you 30 minutes or 3 days or 30 days. I think it's more a matter of you being in alignment with the universe itself.
size it's nothing to the universe. It is no more difficult to attract on a scientific level something that we consider huge to something that we consider infinitesimally small. The universe does everything it does with zero effort. Grass doesn't strain to grow. It's effortless. It's just this great design. It's all about what's going on up here. It's about what we put in place, saying this is big, it's going to take some time. This is small, oh, I'll give it an hour. You know, those are our rules that we define. There are no rules according to the universe. You provide the feelings of having it now, it will respond. Some people have an easier time with little things, and so we sometimes say, well, start with something small, like a cup of coffee. Make it your intention to attract a cup of coffee.
Hold an image of talking to an old friend who you haven't seen for a long time. Somehow or another, someone's going to start talking to you about that person. That person's going to phone you, or you'll get a letter from them.
People are amazed how that I light up car parks. And I've done this right from when I first understood the secret. And I would visualize a car space exactly where I went, and 95% of the time it would be there for me. I was still struggling. 5% of the time I have to wait just a minute or two, and the person would pull out and I pull out. So I do that all the time.
A lot of people feel stuck or in prison or confined by their current circumstances. And I'm trying to point out that whatever your circumstances right now, that is only your current reality. And current reality will begin to change as a result of watching this and beginning to use the secret.
When you want to change the circumstances, you must first change your thinking. Every time you look inside your mail expecting to see a bill, guess what? It'll be there. Each day you go out dreading the bill. You're never expecting anything great. You're thinking about debt. You're expecting debt. So debt must show up so you won't think you're crazy. And every day you confirm your thoughts. Is debt going to be there? Yes, that's there. Is debt going to be there? Yes, that's there. Why? Because you expected debt to be there. So it showed up because the law of attraction is always being obedient to your thoughts. Do yourself a favor. Expect a check.
Most people look at their current state of affairs and they say, this is who I am. That's not who you are. That's who you were. You see, if you look at your current state of affairs right now, let's say, for instance, that you don't have a lot of money in your bank account, or you don't have the relationship that you want, or your health and fitness isn't up to par. That's not who you are. That's the residual outcome of your past thoughts and actions. So we're constantly living in this residual, if you will, of the thoughts and the actions we've taken in the past. When you look at your current state of affairs and define yourself by that, then you doom yourself to have nothing more than the same in the future.
okay, what can you do right now to begin to turn your life around? I'll give you 2 or 3 things. Start making a list of things to be grateful for. Start with that, because this shifts your energy. It starts to shift your thinking. Where before this exercise, you might be focusing on what you don't have, and you might be focusing on your complaints, and you might be focusing on whatever the problems are. When you do this exercise, you start to go in a different direction. You start to be grateful for all the things that you feel good about.
Gratitude is absolutely the way to put more into your life.
Every man knows that when his wife's appreciating him for the little things he does, what does he want to do? He wants to do more. It's always about appreciation. It pulls things in. It attracts support.
I've said for many years that whatever we think about and think about, we bring about.
Because that's that feeling that you have to have, you know. And so for me, it's been such a powerful exercise. Every morning to get up and say thank you. Every morning when I feed it before, thank you. And then I start running through what I'm grateful for as I'm going to brush my teeth and do the things I do in the morning. And I'm not just thinking about, and I'm doing some routine, but I'm putting it out there and I'm feeling the feelings of gratitude.
Because as soon as you start to feel differently about what you already have, you will start to attract more of the good things, more of the things you can be grateful for. Because you can look around and say, well, look, I don't have the car I want, I don't have the house I want, I don't have the health I want, I don't have the spouse I want. Back up, back up. Those are all the things you don't want. Focus on what you already have that you're grateful for. And it might be you have the eyes to watch this. It might be the clothes that you have. Yes, you might prefer something else, and you might get something else pretty soon if you start feeling grateful for what you have.
I think everybody goes through times when they say, oh man, things aren't working right, or things are going bad. There were some things going on in my family, and I found a rock. I was sitting here holding this rock. You might see me carrying around. I found a rock. I stuck it in my pocket. And I said, you know what? Every time I touch this rock, I'm going to think of something that I'm grateful for. And so every morning when I get up in the morning, I pick it up off the dresser, I put it in my pocket. And I go through the things that I'm grateful for. At night, what do? You empty your pocket. And there it is again. And I've had some different experiences with that. I've had some amazing experiences. I had a guy from South Africa, and he saw me drop. He said, what is that?
Well, what's that?
I explained it to him, so they started calling it a gratitude rock.
Outside,
Did
he
you
was
drop?
like going psycho at the gate. And I was like,
2 weeks later, I got an email from him from South Africa.
scared. She went crazy over.
He said, my son is dying from a rare disease, type of hepatitis. He said, would you send me 3 gratitude rocks? There's rocks I found off the street, you know, so I said, sure. I had to make sure that the rocks were very special. So I went out to the stream, looked, picked up the right rocks, and sent them on to him. 4 or 5 months later, I get an email from him. My son's better. He's doing terrific. And he said, but you need to know something. He says, we've sold over 1,000 rocks at $10 a piece as gratitude rocks, and we've raised all this money for charity. Thank you very much. And so it's very important to be in an attitude of gratitude, as I call it.
Another thing that I would suggest that you do right now to turn your life around, and this is so huge that I can't find the words to describe just how powerful this can be for you.
I took the visualization process from the Apollo program and instituted it during the 1980s and 90s into the Olympic program. It was called visual motor rehearsal. When you visualize, then you materialize. And the interesting thing about the mind is we took Olympic athletes and then hooked them up with sophisticated biofeedback equipment and had them run their event only in their mind. Incredible. The same muscles fired in the same sequence when they were running the race in their mind as when they were running it on the track. How can this be? Because the mind can't distinguish whether you're really doing it or whether it's just a practice. I think if you've been there in the mind, you'll go there in the body.
When you're visualizing, when you've got that picture playing out in your body, always and only dwell upon the end result. Here's an example. Look at the back of your hands right now. Really, look at the back of your hands. The color of your skin, the freckles, the blood vessels, the rings, the fingernails, the fake fingernails. Take in all those details right before you close your eyes. And then see those hands, your fingers, wrapping around the steering wheel of your brand new car.
This is such a holographic experience, so real in this moment, that you don't even feel like you need the car because it feels like you already have it.
It's the feeling that really creates the attraction, not just a picture of the thought. I think for a lot of people, they think, well, if I think positive thoughts, or if I visualize having what I want, that'll be enough. But if you're doing that and still not feeling abundant or feeling, loving the person, then it doesn't, from my mind, really create the power of the attraction.
This is where the secret actually moves into action.
You put yourself in the feeling place of really being in that car, not, oh, I wish I could get that car, or someday I'll have that car, because that's a very definite feeling associated with that. It's not in the now, it's not, it's in the future. If you stay in that feeling, it will always be in the future.
Feel the joy, feel the happiness, no matter how silly it seems in that dark and quiet room. You're like, woohoo! Do it! A lot of people will say, come on, do I have to do that? How bad do you want to change?
Now that feeling and that inner seeing will begin to be an open doorway through which the power of the universe will begin to express. Our job is not to figure out the how. The how will show up out of the commitment and the belief in the what.
The hows are the domain of the universe. It always knows the shortest, quickest, fastest, most harmonious way between you and your dream.
If you turn it over to the universe, you will be surprised and dazzled by what is delivered to you. This is where magic and miracles happen. Well, I would say you want to do this virtually daily, but my disclaimer is this should never be a chore. What's really bottom line importance here to the whole secret is feeling good. You want to feel exhilarated by this whole process. You want to be high, happy, in tune as much as possible.
The only difference between people who live in this way, who live in the magic of life, and those who don't, is that the people who live in the magic of life have habituated ways of being. They've made a habit of using the law of attraction, and magic happens with them wherever they go. Because they remember to use it. They use it all the time, not just as a one-time event.
People hold that for a while, and they're really a champion at it. And they say, you know what, I'm fired up. I saw this program, and I'm going to change my life. And yet, results aren't showing, and beneath the surface, it's just about ready to break through. And someone will look at the surface results and go, this stuff doesn't work. And you know what? The universe says, your wish is my command. And it goes down.
Knowing the law of attraction, I wanted to really put it to use and to see if it was, what would happen. And in 1995, I started to create something called a vision board, where I take something that I would want to achieve, or something that I want to attract, like a car or a watch or the soulmate of my dreams, and I'd put a picture of what I wanted up on this board called the vision board. And every day I would sit in my office and I would look up at this board and I would start to visualize. I would really get into the state of having already acquired it. And I was getting ready to move, as we put all the furniture, all the boxes put into storage. And I made 3 different moves over a period of 5 years. And then I ended up in California and bought this house, renovated it for a year, and then had all the stuff brought from my former home 5 years earlier. One morning, at 7:30 in the morning, my son comes into my office, and one of the boxes that was sealed for 5 years was right at the doorstep. And my son, Keenan, was sitting on the box, banging away at the box, and I said, sweetheart, will you please stop me? I'm doing some work here. And he says,
what's in the boxes, Daddy?
I said, well, honey, those are my vision boards.
What's a vision board?
I said, well, it's where I put all my goals up. I cut them out and I put all my goals up as something that I want to achieve in my life. And of course, at 5.5 years old, he didn't understand it. So I said, sweetie, let me just show you, because that'll be the easiest way to do it. And so I cut the box open. And when I pulled up the vision boards, there was a picture on there of a home that I was visualizing 5 years earlier. And what was shocking to me was we were living in that house, not a house like it. I had bought my dream home, renovated it, and didn't even know it. But I looked at that house, I started to cry because I was just blown away.
Why are you crying?
Honey, I finally understand how the law of attraction works. I finally understand the power of visualization. I finally understand everything that I've read, everything that I've worked with my whole life, the way I've built companies. It worked for my home as well. And I bought our dream home and didn't even know it.
Decide what you want, believe you can have it, believe you deserve it, believe it's possible for you. And then close your eyes every day for several minutes and visualize having what you already want and feeling the feelings of already having it. Come out of that and focus on what you're grateful for already and really enjoy it, okay? And then go into your day and release it to the universe and trust that the universe will figure out how to manifest it. No, The Secret was definitely a real transformation for me because I grew up in a family where my dad was very negative, thought that rich people were people that had ripped everyone off, thought that anyone who had money, must have deceived somebody. And so I grew up with a lot of beliefs about money, that if you had it, it made you bad. Only evil people have money. And, money doesn't grow on trees. That was a big one. Who do you think I am, Rockefeller? That was one of his favorite phrases. So I grew up truly believing that life was difficult, that it was hard, you had to struggle. And it was only when I met W. Clement Stone that I literally began to shift my life. Whatever the mind of man can conceive and achieve. When I was working with Stone, he said, I want you to set a goal that's so big that if you achieved it, it would blow your mind. And you would know it's only because of what I've taught you that you would have achieved this goal. Well, at the time, I was making about $8,000 a year. And for some reason, I wanted something that was really measurable. So I said, I want to make $100,000 in a year. Now, I had no idea how I could do that. I saw no strategy, no possibility, but I just said, I'm going to declare that, I'm going to believe it, I'm going to act as if it's true, and release it. And so I did that. And one of the things he taught me was every day to close your eyes and visualize the goal as if it's already achieved. And I had actually made a $100,000 bill that I put on the ceiling. So the first thing I'd see when I woke up, I'd look up and there it was. It would remind me that this was my intention. And then I would close my eyes and visualize having this $100,000 a year lifestyle. And interestingly enough, nothing major happened for about 30 days. I didn't have any great breakthrough ideas. No one was offering me more money. And all of a sudden, I was in the shower, it was about 4 weeks into it, and I had a $100,000 idea. It just came right into my head. I had a book I had written, and I said, if I could sell 400,000 copies of my book at a quarter each, that'd be $100,000. Now, the book was there, but I never had this thought. And one of the secrets, I think, is that when you have inspired thought, you have to trust it, and you have to act on it. Now, I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know how I was going to sell 400,000 copies. We'd never done that. And then I saw the National Enquirer at the supermarket. I had seen that millions of times, and it was just background. And all of a sudden, it jumped out of me as foreground. And I thought, wow, if readers knew about my book, certainly 400,000 people would go out and buy it. And about 6 weeks later, I gave a talk at Hunter College in New York to 600 teachers. And this lady comes up at the end and she says,
that was a great talk. I'd like to interview you. Let me give you my card.
And I said, who do you write for?
I'm a freelancer, but I sell most of my stuff to the National Enquirer.
And I had this little theme from the Twilight Zone went off in my head. Na, 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 na. Like, whoa, this stuff's really working. So that article came out, and our book sales started to take off. But the point I want to make is that I was attracting into my life all these different events, including this person. And to make a long story short, I did not make $100,000 that year. We made $92,327. But you think we were like depressed and going, this doesn't work? No, we were going, whoa, this is amazing. And so my wife said to me, wow, if it works for 100,000, you think it'd work for $1 million? And I said, I don't know, I think so, let's try it. My publisher actually wrote me a check as a royalty check for our first Chicken Soup for the Soul book. And he actually put a smiley face in his signature because it was the first $1 million check he'd ever written. And so I know from my own experience, because I wanted to test it, does this secret really work? And when we put it to the test, it absolutely worked. And now I live my life from that every single day.
Well, I can just imagine what a lot of people that are watching this are thinking. And that is, how can I attract more money into my life? How can I get more of the green stuff? How can I get more wealth and prosperity? How can I, when I love my job, deal with the credit card debt that I have and the realization that maybe there's a ceiling on the money that can come in because it's coming to me through my job? How can I bring in more? Intended. This goes back to one of the things we've been talking about throughout the whole secret. Your job is to declare what you would like to have from the catalog of the universe. Well, if cash is one of them, say how much you would like to have. I would like to have $25,000 unexpected income within the next 30 days, or whatever it happens to be. It should be believable.
You're an options trader, so I don't have to sugarcoat this. The fact that you're watching this tells me two things about you. Number one, you want to confidently trade options, minimizing your downside and increasing your win rate. Number two, you've tried strategies, trusted other people, yet they haven't delivered, at least not to the rate you want them to, by helping you quit your job and doing this full time. But here's the thing, over the next minute, I'm going to release an exclusive episode that's never been launched on my YouTube channel where I'll help you understand how I made over 100K trading in just over 3 months by using a little known option trading system that's so simple and so powerful and helps me create weekly returns. This is a system we use that helps us do more by doing less. My name is Matt Janino, founder of Market Moves, and we help part-time traders generate more passive income, generate more weekly winning trades, increase their win rate dramatically, and more importantly, trade options confidently. All by using a simple set and forget option trading system that's helping thousands of traders get on the path to replacing their income. But it's just not that. I've used this system to make over 100K in over 90 days trading options. In fact, I've been sharing small pieces of this strategy and trading it live on YouTube in front of 100,000 people. But today, I'm here for something else. If you're watching this video, it means you've seen at least one of my YouTube videos. And for that, I want to give you access to a new video I'm keeping unlisted. A video I may never let go live on YouTube for one simple reason. I'm not sharing just a little bit of my trading strategy. I'm giving you the complete framework of my set and forget option trading system that's going to help you confidently trade the markets tomorrow. This is only for people who have supported the channel over the last couple years, so thank you. This is only for a limited time and it's free right now, and it's helped me make over 100K trading in over 90 days. And if that's all you need to hear, click the link below. Go to the next page and watch the free exclusive episode. That's all I got. I'll see you on the inside.
For you. Most people have a goal of getting out of debt. That'll keep you in debt forever. Whatever you're thinking about, you will attract. You'll say, but it's get out of debt. I don't care if it's get out or get in. If you're thinking debt, you're attracting debt. Set up an automatic debt repayment program and then start to focus on prosperity.
So many times people say to me, well, I'd like to double my income in the next year. But then you look at their actions and they're not doing the things that are going to make that happen. And they'll turn right around and go, well, I can't afford that. Okay, guess what? Your wish is my command.
When you focus on lack and scarcity and what you don't have, you fuss about it with your family, you discuss it with your friends, you tell your children that you don't have enough, we don't have enough for that, we can't afford that. Well, guess what? You'll never be able able to afford it because you begin to attract more of what you don't have. If you want abundance, if you want prosperity, then focus on abundance. Focus on prosperity.
When I first understood the secret, I was getting bills. Every day I'd get a bunch of bills in the mail. And I thought, how do I turn this around? The law of attraction states that what you focus on, you will get. So I got a bank statement. I whited out the total and I put a new total in there. I put exactly how much I wanted to see in the bank. So I thought, what if I just visualize checks coming in the mail? So I just visualize a bunch of checks coming in the mail. Within just 1 month, things started to change. And it is amazing. Today, I just get checks in the mail. I get a few bills, but I get more checks than bills.
I grew up on you have to work hard for money, you have to work hard for money. And so I replaced that with money comes easily and frequently. Now, in the beginning, it feels like a lie, right? There was a part of your brain that will say, oh, you liar, it's hard. So you have to know it's this little tennis match that will go on for a while.
When it comes to creating wealth, wealth is a mindset. It's all about how you think.
I'd say 80% of my coaching that I do one-on-one with folks is about their psychology and the way they think. And I know when people are listening, they say, oh, well, you can do it, I can't. Every person has the capability to change the way they're in a relationship and conversation with money.
I find so many people who maybe make a tremendous amount of money, but their relationships stink. That's a technical term, by the way. And that's not wealth. It really isn't. You know, you can go after the money and you might get rich, but it doesn't guarantee you'll be wealthy. I'm not suggesting that money isn't a part of wealth. It absolutely is, but it's only a part. And then I meet a lot of people who are quote unquote spiritual, but they're sick and broke all the time. That's not wealth either. Life is meant to be abundant in all areas.
Many people in Western culture are striving for success. They want the home, they want the great business, they want all these outer things. But what we found in our research is that having these outer things does not necessarily guarantee what we really want, which is happiness. So we go for these outer things, thinking they're going to bring us happiness, but it's backwards. You need to go for the inner joy, the inner peace, the inner vision first, and then all of the outer things appear.
The secret means for me actually that we are creators of our universe, and that every wish of what we want to create will manifest in our life. Therefore, it's very important what you wish, what your thoughts are, what your feelings are, because it will manifest. Now, one day I went into somebody's home, and he was an art director of a very famous film producer. And in every corner, he had this beautiful image of a woman, a naked woman dressed with a fabric, kind of doing this, kind of saying, oh, I don't look at you, I don't see you, know? And I said, I think you have trouble in your romance.
Are you a clairvoyant or something?
No, but look, 7 places you have exactly that woman.
But I love that kind of painting. I painted it myself.
That's even worse, I said, because you put all your creation and your creativity in it. Now, he's this gorgeous-looking man. He has all these actresses around him because that's the work he does. He doesn't get romance. I said, what do you want?
Well, I want to date 3 women a week.
Okay, paint yourself with 3 women and hang it in every corner. Six months later, I see him in Europe and said, how is your love life?
Great. They just call me. They all want to date me.
Because that's your wish.
Now I have like 3 dates a week. They're fighting over me.
Good on you.
But I really want to stabilize a little bit. I want marriage, and I want romance.
Well, paint it, okay? So he painted a beautiful romantic relationship. And a year later, he got married and is very happy. Because he put another wish out. But he wished it in himself for years, but it did not happen. Because his wish could not manifest because the outer level of himself, his house, was just contradicting himself all the time. So if you know this knowledge, you should start playing with it.
Inside relationships, it's important to first understand who's coming into the relationship, and not your partner, but to understand yourself.
How can you ever expect anyone else to enjoy your company if you don't enjoy your own company? And so, again, the law of attraction, or the secret, is about bringing that into your life, and you've got to get really, really clear. Here's the question I would ask you to consider. Do you treat yourself the way that you want other people to treat you?
You become the solution for you. Don't like, now you owe me and you need to give me more. Instead, give more to yourself. Take time off to give to yourself, in a sense, to fill yourself up to fullness, to where now you can overflow in giving.
I got into many relationships expecting my partner to show me my beauty because I didn't see my own beauty. See, when I was growing up, my heroes or my she-ros were the Bionic Woman, Wonder Woman, or Charlie's Angels. And while they're wonderful, they didn't look like me. It wasn't until I fell in love with Lisa, my mocha skin, my full lips, my round hips, my curly hair. It wasn't until that moment that I fell in love with me that the rest of the world was able to fall in love with me as well.
There's something so magnificent about you. I have been studying me for 44 years. I want to kiss myself. Because you're going to get to love yourself. I'm not talking about conceit. I'm talking about a healthy respect for yourself. And as you love yourself, you'll love others.
In relationships, we're so used to complaining about other people. My coworkers are so difficult to work with. My husband makes me so mad. Children are so lazy. It's always focusing on the other person. But for relationships to really work, we need to focus on what we appreciate about the other person, not what we're complaining about. When we're complaining about those things, we're only getting more of those things. Even if you're having a really hard time in a relationship, things aren't working, you're not getting along, someone's in your face, you still can turn that relationship around. Take a piece of paper and for the next 30 days, once a day, sit down and write all the things that you appreciate about that person. Think about all the reasons that you love them. You appreciate their sense of humor. You appreciate how supportive they are. And what you'll find is that when you focus on appreciating and acknowledging their strengths, that's what you'll get more of. And the problems will fade away. We cannot control other people, no matter how hard we try. So what you'll find is if somebody's come home in a bad mood and you're actually in a good mood, you'll find yourself in a different place from them in that moment. We create our own happiness through the law of attraction.
Oftentimes, you give others the opportunity to create your happiness. And many times, they fail to create it the way you want it. Why? Because only one person can be in charge of your joy, of your bliss, and that's you. So even as a parent, as a child, as a spouse, even the people closest to you, they do not have the control to create your happiness. Your joy lies within you.
It's important to recognize that our body is really the product of our thoughts. We're beginning to understand in medical science.
Get 2.9% APR plus $1,000 purchase allowance on most 2024 Cadillac models when you finance through Cadillac Financial.
The degree to which the nature of thoughts and emotions actually determines the physical substance and structure and function of our bodies.
We've known in the healing arts of a placebo effect. A placebo is something that supposedly has no impact and no effect on the body.
like a sugar pill or something. You tell the patient that this is just as effective. And what happens is the placebo has the same effect, if not greater effect, than sometimes the medication is supposed to be designed for that effect. So they found out that the human mind is the biggest factor in the healing arts, more so than sometimes the medication. If somebody is in a situation where they're sick and they have an alternative to try to explore what is in their mind creating it versus using medicine, if it's an acute situation that could really bring death to them, then obviously the medicine is a wise thing to do while they explore what the mind is about. So you don't want to negate medicine. Every form of healing has a place.
The universe is a masterpiece of abundance, good health, and well-being. When you open yourself up to feel the abundance of the universe, you'll experience the wonder, the joy, the bliss. You'll experience all the great things that the universe has for you. Good health, good wealth, good nature. When you shut yourself off with negative thoughts, you'll feel the discomfort, you'll feel the aches, you'll feel the pain. You'll feel as if every day is painful to get through.
You know people who have had terminal disease. Stop and think of the word dis-ease. Hyphenate the word. That's a body that's not at ease.
We've got 1,000 different diagnoses and disease out there. They're just the weak link. They're all the result of one thing: stress. And you put enough stress on the chain, you put enough stress on the system, and one of the links breaks.
Our physiology creates disease to give us feedback, to let us know we have an imbalanced perspective and we're not loving and we're not grateful. So the body's signs and symptoms are not something terrible.
The question that's frequently asked is when a person has manifested a disease in their body temple or some kind of discomfort in their life, through the power of right thinking, can it be turned around? And the answer is absolutely yes.
On November 23rd, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I truly believed in my heart, with my strong faith, that I was already healed. During the day, all day long, I would just say, thank you for my healing. On and on and on I went, thank you for my healing. I believed in my heart I was healed. I saw myself as if cancer was never in my body. One of the things I did to heal myself was to watch very funny movies. That's all we would do, is just laugh, laugh, laugh. We couldn't afford to put any stress in my life because we knew stress was one of the worst things you can do while you're trying to heal yourself. From the time I was diagnosed, which was November 23rd, to the time I was healed totally, was approximately 3 months. And that's without radiation and chemotherapy.
Well, we come with a basic program. It's called self-healing. You get a wound, it grows back together. You get a bacterial infection, the immune system comes and takes care of those bacteria and heals it up. The immune system is made to heal itself.
Dis-ease cannot live in a body that's in a healthy emotional state. Your body is casting off millions of cells every second, and it's creating millions of new cells.
In fact, literally, parts of our body are replaced every day. Other parts take a few months, other parts a couple of years. But within a few years, we have a brand new physical body.
If you have a disease and you're focusing on it and you're talking to people about it, you're going to create more disease cells. See yourself living in a perfectly healthy body. Let the doctor look after the disease.
You have two people, both stricken with something. But one chooses to focus on joy. They choose to live in possibility. They choose to live in hopefulness. They focus on all the reasons why they should be joyful and grateful. Then you have the second person. Same diagnosis, but they choose to focus on the dis-ease. They focus on the pain. They focus on the woe is me.
When a person is completely focused on what's wrong in their symptoms, they will perpetuate it. The healing will not occur until they shift their attention from being sick to being well, because that's the law of attraction.
Happier thoughts lead to essentially a happier biochemistry, a happier, healthier body. Negative thoughts, stress, have been shown to seriously degrade the body and the functioning of the brain, because it's our thoughts and emotions that are continuously reassembling, reorganizing, recreating our body.
Remove physiological stress from the body, and the body does what it was designed to do. It heals itself.
I've seen kidneys regenerated. I've seen cancer dissolved. I've seen eyesight improve and come back.
I always say that incurable means curable from within.
You can change your life and you can heal yourself.
Well, my story begins on March 10, 1981. It really changed my whole life. It was a day I'll never forget. I crashed an airplane. I ended up in the hospital completely paralyzed. My spinal cord was crushed. I broke the first and second cervical vertebrae. My swallowing reflex was destroyed. I couldn't eat or drink. My diaphragm was destroyed. I couldn't breathe. All I could do was blink my eyes. The doctors, of course, said all my life I'd be a vegetable. All I'd do is blink my eyes the rest of my life. That's the picture they saw of me, but it didn't matter what they thought. The main thing was what I thought. I pictured myself being a normal person again, walking out of that hospital. The only thing I had to work with in the hospital was my mind. As long as you have your mind, you can put things back together again. I was hooked to a respirator, and they said I'd never breathe on my own again because my diaphragm was destroyed. But this little voice kept saying to me, breathe deep, breathe deep. Finally, I was weaned from it. They were at a loss for an explanation. See, I could not afford to allow anything to come in my mind that would distract me from my goal and from my vision. Well, I set a goal to walk out of the hospital on Christmas. That was my goal. Months later, I walked out of the hospital on my own 2 feet. They said it couldn't be done. That's a day I will never forget. For people that are sitting out there right now watching this program that are hurting, if I wanted to sum up my life and sum up for people what they can do in life, I would sum it up this way in 6 words. Man becomes what he thinks about.
People have a tendency to look at the things that they want and say, yes, I like that. I want that. However, they look at the things that they don't want and they give just as much energy, if not more energy, with the idea that they can stamp it out. They can eliminate it, obliterate it. In our society, we've become content with fighting against cancer, fighting against poverty, fighting against drugs, fighting against terrorism, fighting against violence. We tend to fight everything we don't want.
Anything we focus on, we do create. So if we're really angry, for instance, at a war that's going on, or strife, or suffering, we're adding our energy to it. We're pushing ourselves, and all that only creates resistance.
The reason
Sign up to be a member if you want free shipping.
Let's do this.
Introducing Chevy's best lineup of SUVs ever.
When it's your time to shine, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
What you resist persists is because if you're resisting something, you're saying, no, I don't want this thing because it makes me feel this way, the way I'm feeling right now. So you're just putting out this really strong emotion of, wow, I really don't like this feeling, and it's there, and it just comes racing towards you.
You know, the anti-war movement creates more war. The anti-drug movement has actually created more drugs because we're focusing on what we don't want, drugs.
How much sense does it make for us to give the problem all of the energy, as opposed to focusing on trust, love, living in abundance, education, peace?
Mother Teresa was brilliant. She said, I will never attend an anti-war rally. If you have a peace rally, invite me. You know, she knew. She understood the secret. I mean, look what she manifested in the world.
So if you're anti-war, be pro-peace. If you're anti-hunger, be pro-people having more than enough to eat. If you're anti a particular politician, be pro his opponent. Often elections are tipped in the favor of the person that people are really against because he's getting all the energy and all the focus.
You want to focus on what you want, not what you don't want. It's okay to notice what you don't want because that gives you contrast to say, well, this is what I do want. But the fact is that the more you talk about what you don't want or talk about how bad it is, read about all of that all the time, and then say, oh, how terrible it is, well, you're creating more of that.
You know, so many times people say to me, well, James, I have to be informed. Maybe you have to be informed, but you don't have to be inundated.
I always say when the voice and the vision on the inside become more profound and more clear and loud than the opinions on the outside, you've mastered your life.
Learn to become still and to take your attention away from what you don't want and all the emotional charge around it and place the attention on what you wish to experience. Energy flows where attention goes.
It's not your job to change the world or the people around you. It's your job to go with the flow inside of the universe and to celebrate it inside the world that exists.
One of the questions I get almost all the time, and it's probably on somebody's mind right now if it's not on yours, and that's the idea that, well, if everybody uses The Secret, and they all treat the universe like a catalog, aren't we going to run out of stuff? Won't everybody just make a run for it and bust the bank?
What's beautiful about the teaching of the Great Secret is that there's more than enough to go around for everyone. There is a lie that acts like a virus within the mind of humanity. And that lie is there's not enough good to go around. There's lack, and there's limitation, and there's just not enough. That lie has people living in fear, greed, stinginess, and those thoughts of fear, greed, stinginess, and lack become their experience. So the world has taken a nightmare pill. Now the truth is, there's more than enough good to go around. There's more than enough creative ideas. There's more than enough power. There's more than enough love. There's more than enough joy. All of this begins to come through a mind that is aware of its own infinite nature.
Every great teacher who's ever walked the planet has told us that life was meant to be abundant.
And so, just when we think that resources are dwindling, we find new resources to achieve the same things.
And so even though we say we have lack, it's because we don't open up our vision and see all of what's around us.
You know, when everybody starts to live from their heart and go for what they want, they don't go for the same things. That's the beauty of this. We don't all want BMWs. We don't all want the same person. We don't all want the same experiences. We don't all want the same clothing. We don't all want fill in the blank.
There's enough for everyone. If you believe it, if you can see it, if you act from it, it will show up for you. That's the truth.
Everything that you want, all the bliss, all the joy, all the love, all of the abundance, all of the prosperity, it's there, ready and waiting for you to grab a hold of it. Now you got to get hungry for it. You have to want it. You got to be intentional. And when you become intentional and on fire for what you want, the universe will deliver you every single thing that you've been wanting. Recognize the beautiful and wonderful things around you and bless and praise them. And on the other side, the things that aren't currently working the way you want them to work, don't spend your energy faulting or complaining. Embrace everything that you want so you can get more of it.
Most of the leaders in the past missed the great part of the secret, which is empowering and sharing with others. This is the best time to have ever been alive in history. It's the first time we've ever had the power to gain knowledge at our fingertips.
When we look around us, even at our own bodies, what we see is the tip of the iceberg.
Think of this for a moment. Take your hand and look at it. Now, your hand looks solid, but it's really not. If you put it under a proper microscope, you'd see a massive energy vibrating.
Everything is made up of the exact same thing, whether it's your hand, whether it's the ocean, or whether it's a star.
Everything is energy. And let me help you understand that just a little bit. There's the universe, of course, and our galaxy, and our planet, and then individuals, and then inside of this body are organ systems, and then there's cells, and then there's molecules, and then there's atoms, and then there is energy. So there are a lot of levels to talk about something on, but everything in the universe is energy.
I don't care what city you're living in, you've got enough power in your body, potential power, to illuminate the whole city for nearly a week.
Most people define themselves by this finite body, but you're not a finite body. I mean, even under a microscope, you're an energy field. Well, what we know about energy is this. You go to a quantum physicist and you say, what creates the world? And he or she will say, energy. Well, describe energy. Okay, it can never be created or destroyed. It's always was, always has been. Everything that ever existed always exists. It's moving into form, through form, and out of form. Okay, great. You go to a theologian and you ask the question, what created the universe? And he or she will say, God. Okay, describe God. Always was and always has been, never can be created or destroyed, all that ever was, always will be, always moving into form, through form, and out of form. You see, it's the same description, just different terminology. And so if you think you're this meat suit running around, think again. You're a spiritual being. You're an energy field operating in a larger energy field.
We're all connected. We just don't see it. There isn't an out there and an in here. Everything in the universe is connected. It's just one energy field.
We often get distracted with this thing called our body and our physical being. That just holds your spirit. And your spirit is so big, it fills a room. You are eternal life. You're source energy. You are God manifested in human form, made to perfection.
Scripturally, we could say that we are the image and the likeness of God. We could say we are another way that the universe is becoming conscious of itself. We could say that we are the infinite field of unfolding possibility. All of that would be true.
Every great tradition has told you that you were created in the image and the likeness of the creative source. That means that you have God potential and power to create your world, and you are. You are. And maybe you've created things to this point that are wonderful and worthy of you, and maybe you haven't. The question I'd ask you to consider is, do the results you have in your life, are they what you really want? And are they worthy of you? If they're not worthy of you, then when would now be the right time to change those? Because you have the power to do that.
You know, a lot of people feel like they're victims in life, and they'll often point to past events, perhaps growing up with an abusive parent or in a dysfunctional family. And I would add as a parenthesis here that most psychologists believe that about 85% of families are dysfunctional. So it's like all of a sudden you're not so unique. My parents were alcoholics, my dad abused me, my mother divorced him when I was 6.
From the age of 13 to 18, I was involved in street gangs.
I had a severe motorcycle accident.
I was homeless at one point in Dallas. I lived in poverty for 15 years in Houston.
When I was a child, I had learning difficulties, and I was considered learning disabled, and I was told I would never read, write, or communicate, never amount to anything, not go very far in life.
I mean, that's almost everybody's story in some form or not.
Summer's here, and so too are its many challenges. Heat that won't quit, beers that won't fit, hammocks that won't hammock, screen doors that appear out of nowhere, flips that flop a little too much. That's why it's important to keep it simple. Keep it cool, keep them coming, and keep it easy. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light.
So that's just called so what. The real what is, what are you going to do now? What do you choose now? Because you can either keep focusing on that or you can focus on what you want. And when people start focusing on what they want, what they don't want falls away. And that part expands and the other part disappears.
You are the designer of your destiny. You are the author. You write the story. The pen is in your hand, and the outcome is whatever you choose.
The beautiful thing about the law of attraction is that you can begin where you are, and you can begin to think, real thinking, and you can begin to generate within yourself a feeling tone of harmony and happiness. The law will begin to respond to that.
So now you start to have different beliefs, like there is more than enough in the universe. Or you have the belief that everything goes right for me. Or you have the belief that I'm not getting older, I'm getting younger. We can create it the way we want it by using the law of attraction.
And you can break yourself free from your hereditary patterns, cultural codes, social beliefs, and prove once and for all that the power within you is greater than the power that's in the world.
Some of you may be thinking, well, that's very nice, but I can't do that, or she won't let me do that, or he'll never let me do that, or I haven't got enough money to do that, or I'm not strong enough to do that, or I'm not rich enough to do that, I'm not. Every single I'm not is a creation.
Are there any limits to this? Absolutely not. We are unlimited beings. We have no ceiling. The capabilities and the talents and the gifts and the power that is within every single individual on this planet is unlimited.
There is no blackboard in the sky on which God has written your purpose, your mission in life. There's no blackboard in the sky that says Neil Donald Walsh, a handsome guy who lived in the first part of the 21st century, who, colon, then there's a blank, you know, and all I have to do to really understand what I'm doing here, why I'm here, is to find that blackboard and find out what God really has in mind for me. But the blackboard doesn't exist. So your purpose is what you say it is. Your mission is the mission you give yourself. Your life will be what you create it as, and no one will stand in judgment of it now or ever.
It took a lot of years for me to get this, because I grew up very much with this idea that, you know, there was something I was supposed to do, and if I wasn't doing it, I was like, God wouldn't be happy with me, you know? When I really got that my primary aim was to feel and experience joy, then I began to do only those things which brought me joy. We have a saying, you know, if it ain't fun, don't do it, you know?
Joy, love, freedom, happiness, laughter. That's what it is. And if you've just experienced joy sitting there and meditating for an hour, by golly, do that. If you experience joy eating a salami sandwich, then do that.
When I pet my cat, I'm in a state of joy. When I walk in nature, I'm in a state of joy. So I want to constantly put myself in that state. And when I do that, then all I have to do is have the intention of what I want, and what I want manifest.
So inner happiness actually is the fuel of success.
Anything that makes you feel good is always going to be drawing in more.
You are listening to this right now. It's you that drew this into your life. It's your choice whether you want to take it and utilize it. If it feels good, if it doesn't feel good, then you know, let it go. Find something that feels good, that resonates with your heart.
When you follow your bliss, you live in a constant space of joy. You open yourself up to the abundance of the universe. You're excited to share your life with those you love. And your excitement, your passion, your bliss, it becomes contagious.
And that's what I'm doing almost all the time is I'm following my excitement, I'm following my passion, I'm following my enthusiasm, and I'm doing it throughout Joe's day.
Enjoy life with us, because life is phenomenal. It's a magnificent trip.
You will live in a different reality, a different life, and people will look at you and say, "What do you do different than me?" Well, the only thing that is different is that you work with a secret.
And then you can do and have and be things that people would say that's impossible for you to do and have and be.
We're really now moving into a new era. It's the era where the last frontier is not space, as Star Trek would say, but it's going to be mind.
I see a future of unbounded potential, unbounded possibilities. Remember, we're using at most 5% of the potential of the human mind. 100% human potential is the result of proper education. So imagine a world where people were using their full mental and emotional potential. We could go anywhere. We could do anything, achieve anything.
See yourself with the good that you desire. Every religious book tells us that. Every great book on philosophy, every great leader, all the avatars who have ever lived, go back and study the wise ones. Many of them have been presented to you in this program. You know what? They all understood one thing. They understood the secret. Now you understand it. And the more you use it, the more you'll understand it.
You've come to this juncture in your life merely because something in you kept saying, you deserve to be happy. You are born to add something, to add value to this world, to simply be the best that you can be. Every single thing you've been through, every single moment that you've come through, were to all prepare you for this moment right now. Now you get that you are the creator of your destiny. Imagine what you can do from this day forward with what you now know. What will you do with the moment? How will you seize the moment? No one else can dance your dance. No one else can sing your song. No one else can write your story. Who you are, what you do, begins right now.
I believe that you're great, that there's something magnificent about you. Regardless of what has happened to you in your life, regardless of how young or how old you think you might be, the moment you begin to think properly, there's something that is within you, there's power within you that's greater than the world, it will begin to emerge. It will take over your life. It will feed you. It will clothe you. It will guide you, protect you, direct you, sustain your very existence if you let it. Now that is what I know for sure.
Check this out.
They have over 1 million quality parts?
That are guaranteed to fit. Now that's my speed.
Thank you for waiting.
Get a quote at lemonade.com.
It was a terrifying experience, you know. I imagine the most shook up one was probably Steve. He was only like 17. I think he actually lied about his age to get the job out there.
Yeah, I was 17, so I was the kid. I thought we was going to go to jail for murder.
Those times I was saying we need to go back. Those times I was saying we need to go get help. You know, I mean, it went back. Everybody was going back and forth, you know, in their own minds and between each other. When we got back there and we looked around the area and we couldn't find Travis, that's when it hit Mike. Mike and Travis were best buddies then, you know, and stuff. And I think he felt really bad about taking off and leaving him like that.
It was pretty hectic, and it was very emotional at that point. You know, your mind just takes off.
We came off the mountain after we was looking for Travis and we couldn't find him. And we pulled in there and Kenny got out and called the sheriff's department.
It didn't come directly to me, it came to a deputy sheriff in Heber who called me on the phone, and then he gave me a little more detail on it.
When I arrived there were 6 young men. They were just stomping around, and a couple of them were crying. And I tried to get just as close to each one of them as I could to see if I could detect odors of marijuana or alcohol or anything like that.
He says that he didn't believe us or disbelieve us. You know, he was going to be neutral. But before we went up on the hill to radio, for him to radio the sheriff, that we better be certain, because we could get in a lot of trouble.
Travis Walton was just 22 years old when this happened, and he was in this tiny little town of Snowflake, Arizona. This little town that was founded by Mormons. Everyone knew everyone in Snowflake. So it's not just like he's this in New York City or some other big town where he's anonymous. The question is, what the hell happened to this young man? How is it that he could just disappear?
We're a rough-looking bunch then, you know, and a bunch of us out there with chainsaws and that, and some conflicts here and there, you know. So they just immediately started assuming, well, they killed this guy, you know, because they weren't going to believe that wild story we were telling them.
The police, and no one can blame them, had to look at the much more obvious real-world possibility that these hardworking, tough blue-collar guys, even though they were friends, there was a falling out, there was a fight, an argument, and one way or another, Travis lost his life. The body was hidden.
When we went to search the next day, they split us up. They had a deputy with each group, and the whole time the deputies asked me, you know, and tell me, well, if you just tell us where the body is and what you did with Travis, we can all go home and get this over with.
I think we'd made contact with the dog handler from Arizona State Prison. He came on site and started from the point where it had been pointed out as where the incident occurred.
The days proceeded on, and the helicopter went around, and people expanded, and we never found a footprint or a sign anywhere of Travis Walton.
They took me first, and I was scared to death. I figured I was gonna flunk it no matter what. I didn't want to come here. I tried to sneak out the back door the day of the polygraph test, because all week long I've been hearing, well, they're gonna set it up to make you guys look guilty, and y'all ain't never gonna come out of that jailhouse.
We couldn't get out. You know, we weren't, it was like being under arrest, but they didn't just say we were, you know. But it wasn't no different. We weren't leaving. Nobody was going anywhere, you know, until it was completely done.
The polygraph is not perfect. It's, in fact, one of the most awful tests that anyone would have to take. You're strapped in with tubes around your chest, and you've got wires connected to you, and I've taken multiple polygraphs, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
I designed the questions. The entire test is established by research from Dr. Raskin out of the University of Utah, who done many, many years of research on its validity and its accuracy.
It took about 2 hours, and it was like 4 questions over and over and over.
Did you murder Travis Walton? No. Did you see what seemed to be a flying saucer? Yes. Did you see the object hit him with a beam of light? Yes.
We could have refused to take the test, you know, and we didn't have to take it, but, you know, we wanted to get the, you know, get the truth out.
And I passed it at 95%, I think, or something like that.
They all passed that test.
Most people still didn't believe it, you know. And the Sheriff Gillespie definitely didn't believe it.
I think that they all were trying to tell the truth about everything.
And then what happens? Travis returns. 5 days growth of beard, lost about 10 pounds of weight, and the frenzy begins.
Okay, now could you take us back to this morning when whoever it was that first got word that he was back?
Okay, what happened was that Grant Neff, which is my brother-in-law, he got a telephone call.
Uh-huh.
He answered it. Grant, he says, "This is Travis. I'm back. I need help." And he says, "Wait a minute, fella." He says, "You got the wrong number. I'm sorry." And he says, "Don't hang up on me, Grant." He says, "This is Travis." He says, "I need help bad." He asked him where he was at, and he said he was in a telephone booth out by the Enco station in Heber.
I just looked at my mom and says, "I told you we didn't kill him."
When I did hear that Travis had been returned, it was almost as unbelievable as the real thing. Travis was my best friend.
And it was Dwayne that picked up Travis?
Yes, which is the closest one to him anyway out of all the brothers.
Okay.
He said that when he reached in the booth to grab Travis, he said Travis started scooting away from him, trying to get away from him. He reached down, picked him up, and held him in his arms. He said, just like grabbing a baby, he just cuddled right up and started crying. They weighed him, he lost 12 pounds. Said he hadn't eaten in 5 days. He was in terrible shape.
I was trying to tell him what had happened, you know, just trying to get it out. And it was just too traumatic. I was just, it was all broke up. He said something about how concerned my mother had been in those days, and I didn't understand. It became apparent in the exchange there that I was thinking this was still the same night, and he said, "Travis, feel your face." And I reached up and felt that I had a 5-day growth of beard, and you know, that came as really a terrible shock.
Travis Walton reappeared after several days with a bizarre story about a ride in an unidentified flying object. But it's been basically a second-hand story. Travis has been in hiding and has not met with the media. Consequently, there have been a lot of questions about the truthfulness of what Travis has had to say.
I didn't know he was back until that following night. My mom said someone came by and said Travis is back, but he's in a Tucson hospital.
I really kind of went catatonic for a little bit there. Went back, had a very emotional reunion with my mother, and it was just tears my heart to even, you know, think to this day, you know, that what she was going through.
Have you had much communication with the news medias on this?
Yes, they've been in and out all the time. They're trying to corner Mom. We're trying to keep Mom away from them. We've even got some kooks in here now that's coming in and out to see the freak show, as they call it.
Everyone descends, not just your local UFO groups, UFO researchers. Sure, they were there. But on top of that, you have media. You have the National Enquirer, you know, the great tabloid rag that was covering things like this.
The first night, I lay down in bed and the phone rang. It did not stop till daylight or after.
I literally sometimes would be on 2 telephones at the same time because I had phone calls from all over the world.
I was called by Canada. I was called by England. I was called by Japan. I was called by Russia. I was called by several Asian countries. I was called call all night long.
We did an interview at the headquarters sometime later with the news crew there. They asked some questions regarding the test and the results and so on.
Basically, we all told them the same thing, that we're investing.
What exciting benefits do you get as a Hertz customer?
Skip the line, go straight to your car, and hit the road.
This is my grandma Yugi. She lives in Puebla, Mexico, and sending her money from the United States is a long process. First I go to a bank, where they take a fee and up to 5 days to arrive. Then Yugi goes to the bank and they take another fee. Slow and expensive. No thank you. The other option? Crypto. With Coinbase Wallet, sending USDC is as quick as sending a text. And it's completely free.
Investigating and didn't have any final results.
The media scrutiny was so intense. Once it was even suspected that when my brother was involved, the reporters were knocking on the door there constantly. When we went to leave the hospital, and somebody yelled out, "There he is," and they chased us in through traffic.
Travis, why didn't you bring your story to the media?
Well, my family told me about the news people and all the people that were crowding around, and I was just in no condition to talk to anybody, especially, you know, a mob of people like that. I just couldn't handle it.
Plus the warnings that my brother had and my family had from various quarters, that it was a dangerous situation as to who might get a hold of it. Not necessarily that the sheriff's department would be involved in any sort of foul play or underhanded attempt, but what if they were to hand me over to some government agency, and to heck with what damage that might do to me, you know, if they were after information or certain things that they considered important.
Does he remember what this thing looked like? The craft? Yes, yes.
We were working on the Mogollon Rim in the Sitgreaves National Forest, which is the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. It stretches all the way from south of the Grand Canyon clear into New Mexico. There's a much of it that's relatively untouched because it was, you know, one of the last frontiers.
I was the crew boss. It was my contract, and I hired Travis and several other guys. Travis had been working for me for practically 10 years already.
It was gratifying because we were actually, you know, improving the forest. It was called timber stand improvement, to remove damaged and dead trees and clear out certain overgrowth to limit the fire danger and protect the forest. When we weren't working, you know, the beauty of the surroundings was just something that just has an effect that, you know, it's really just hard to describe. You have to be there to appreciate the freshness of the wilderness and being in touch with nature, the animals, the trees.
At times on your breaks and that, it was like sitting out here right now, just relaxing out in the woods, you know, where it's beautiful and that, you know. It was a great job.
It was early November. Pretty cold, but it would warm up pretty quickly once the sun came up, but not too much so that, you know, you didn't overheat getting work done.
I don't remember doing it, but Mike says that I called in sick that morning, and he had to do some talking to get me to go work with him. Come pretty close to missing out on an experience like that.
We're always a little behind on the contract. You know, you just get out there and really bust your butt for a couple of days and you get caught back up. That day, you know, we were a little behind, so we worked until it was starting to get dark.
We loaded up the equipment and put it in the truck and headed out of there. And hadn't driven very far when we caught glimmers of this glow coming through the trees.
I first thought it was the moon, you know, and then as we're driving along, I'm looking over here and I could see the moon over here.
Definitely something out of the ordinary, you know, you don't normally see any light at all out in the woods at night.
I'd spent time in the, you know, I was on an aircraft carrier and that, you know, and I'd been around a lot of aircraft and that. Somebody was saying, well, maybe it's a plane crash, but I'm looking at it, you know, and it's not a plane crash.
Could be headlights shining up at an angle, maybe a campfire or lights in a tent, something, but that just wasn't kind of fitting in with the lay of the land.
It's kind of like light shining through a lampshade. Basically white, but it's kind of yellowish glow to it. I mean, that's what it appeared to me.
I urged Mike to hurry up and get up there to where the light was breaking through the trees. There seemed to be sort of an opening through the trees that was letting some of the light shine across the road ahead. And when we broke into the clearing, there it was.
This thing was setting about 15 and 25 feet off the ground. It had some kind of a round thing on top like a dome. Basically, it was just very, very sleek, you know.
God, it was just absolutely beautiful.
As soon as Mike did stop the truck, you know, I was throwing open the door and hurrying towards it, thinking it would just take off almost immediately.
Travis had the door open before we even stopped. He was there, I don't know why. I'm asking him about that. I said, what were you thinking?
I was really, you know, immediately had a greatly growing fear that I had made a foolish move. But I didn't want to betray that to the rest of the guys, and so I kept going, but, you know, at a slower rate.
As he got closer, I heard the sound, and it was like a beep.
There was a high-pitched alternating frequency that carried real well, but the closer I got, the more subtleties I could hear to the sound, parts of it that seemed to be at the edge of the range of human hearing on the high end and also in the low end, to where you were actually feeling the sound rather than just hearing it with the ear.
When my hands were on the steering wheel, I could feel it, and my elbow was on the window. I could feel it through that. It did get a little scary after a while because it started getting more intense, louder, more volume.
I jumped into a crouch, which was kind of like down and forward, which brought me that much closer to the craft, so that when I stood up to run back to the truck, that's what brought my body into the closest proximity to the surface of that craft.
Turned my head the other way, and then the woods all lit up a bluish green light. And when I looked back, he's a few feet off the ground, and he stretched out like this. I mean, it wasn't like he had a muscle at all, you know, or bones. He just crumpled up right there. I thought he was dead. And that's when Mike started the truck up and took off. We drove down the road maybe a quarter mile, half mile, you know, from the craft, and you could see vehicles, you know, every once in a while going down that road. Well, you knew it was hunters with guns. My thought at first was, well, let's go get some of those. A lot of us are saying to go back in that, and a lot of us, say, you know, at the same time saying, let's go get help, you know, but it was Mike's decision.
Finally, I just said, I'm going back, you know. You can stay here or, you know, get in the truck. And I was surprised that they all got in the truck.
I think we had one flashlight, and he had the headlights of the vehicle shining up in that clearing on that slash pile. We walked around the perimeter with a flashlight, and all in a line, one right behind the other.
Once they couldn't find me, and you know, my body wasn't laying where I'd hit the ground, they just figured they needed to go and get help.
He spent 5 days on a UFO, he thinks. Now, there is some small time loss in there, but for all intent and purposes, he spent 5 days on there. He did come in contact with some beings that are human-like, but they weren't human.
Obviously, Dwayne, you know your own brother probably better than anybody else. Do you believe the story?
I've never seen him play a practical joke in his adult life.
The police up here said that if it's a hoax, they're going to go ahead and put all kinds of charges against him. And that's the only thing that's involved in it right now. I see.
The only threats I got were like verbal harassment as I'm walking down the street or something, you know, somebody yell out, hey, you know, we know what you did, or saying we're stoned on drugs. And there was some government people, I'm sure they were government, because they used to drive them old Plymouth cars that, you know, they'd be the ugliest color, and the rims always matched, and two guys sitting there in suits. I'd see them for about the first couple of weeks, just about every time I went out the door.
And they're going to run him through this polygraph too? Right. Polygraph, ESA, and progressive hypnosis, and they said possibly sodium pentothal. Well, they're going to give him the works then, aren't they?
He was scheduled to take an examination with me at our office in Phoenix at the time, and he never showed up for it. But I think it's more Dwayne's influence rather than his that he didn't show up.
Why not the polygraph test? This has been a major criticism.
A lot of people have criticized it because they think polygraph is a lie detector, because it's called that, but it's not. And Travis was under that impression too. He was anxious to take a lie detector or polygraph test. I advised him not to, and several other people advised him not to, because what it actually measures is stress. And questions about stressful memories would bring stress reactions just as well as anything else.
They didn't even have the term post-traumatic stress disorder in those days, you know. In those days, they called it shell-shocked, or there was other words for it related to wartime trauma.
One of the psychiatrists said it would have been a disaster for him to take it at the time. It would have created a lot of false impressions.
This led to a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of bad feeling that the sheriff couldn't understand the fragile condition I was in. To him, you know, my top priority should be, you know, get out there and take a lie detector test. I was such a fragile condition that my brother made all these decisions. I didn't even talk to him or discuss these things with him, tell him what I wanted, whether I would do this interview or do that or anything. I was, you know, not in that kind of shape.
He had to process all of this. And that's the hard thing to do, because even though he was gone for 5 days.
Hey, did you bring the snacks? No? Who brought the snacks? Rico.
Who wants pancakes? Right.
You wouldn't serve breakfast that isn't cooked all the way, or tie just one shoe. So when it comes to immunizations, doctors recommend the full series. Every dose matters.
He only remembered about 2 hours worth of his time. And you'd have to ask yourself, well, why didn't he remember more?
After the event made publicity in Arizona, it turns out that there was a nationally known UFO organization in Tucson called the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization, or APRO. They reached out to Travis and arranged for hypnosis to be done by Dr. James Harder.
And he was a skilled investigator with engineering background as well as with hypnotic techniques.
He did a regression on me in which I was able to recount the memories for the first time in their entirety without so much of the fear that was just keeping me from even speaking without breaking down.
I talked to Dr. James Harder not long after he interviewed Travis and worked on that case. And Dr. Harder stressed the psychological impact that this had upon Travis. He was terrified.
When I regained consciousness, I was looking up at a light shining down on me from the ceiling. I believed that I was in the hospital. I didn't make any attempt to move because of the pain I was in. I couldn't focus my eyes very well, but I looked beyond the top edge of the thing that was laying across me, and I saw 2 men leaning over me. They had kind of underdeveloped features and no hair of any kind. I didn't even think. I just lashed out, and I grabbed up a tube, a clear piece of glass or something, and I tried to break off the end to get something sharp to defend myself with. But they didn't try to approach or anything. They just left. They just ran out real fast. There was a corridor outside, and they went to the right, and I went to the left. It was a very narrow corridor, and it was dimly lit everywhere. I went into this room that you could even see the stars back through the wall I just came through. And there was nothing in the room but a chair with some controls and knobs and things. I heard somebody come in, and I turned around, and it was a man. He wasn't like the other creatures or whatever at all. He looked just like you and I, except he had a helmet on. I started babbling questions to him. I ran over there, and he wouldn't answer me. He just took me by the arm and wanted me to go with him. I thought maybe he can't hear me through the helmet. We went out through the door. It was a large room. And there was 2 other UFO-looking things that looked like flying saucers, kind of except they were rounded, an oval shape, and they're really shiny like chrome. I was led down the hallway and in a room with 3 other people that were like himself. I sat in the chair and I tried to get the people to talk to me that were there, and they didn't have things on their head, and so I thought that maybe they could hear me, but they wouldn't answer either. They put a deal over my face. It was kind of like an oxygen mask thing. It was kind of clear plastic. I looked up at the ceiling, which was just, it was all solid light. There wasn't any light fixture or anything. And that was last I remembered. I went to sleep until I woke up. I was laying on the pavement. I looked up the roadway. It was night, and I could see a light on the bottom of a flying saucer, and it just went straight up really fast, just without a sound. I recognized the roadway, and I could see a light down the hill, so I ran down that way, down to the phone booth by the gas station there. I called my brother-in-law. That's the way it happened.
What happened to Travis after we took off in that truck, I can't tell you. You know, I wasn't there. I don't know. But I believe every word Travis said about it. You know, I don't have any doubt in my mind, because like I say, he's never lied to me about nothing. That procedure was actually quite a major step in the reduction of stress that I was feeling. I say reduction, but you know, it was at dangerous levels for months afterwards.
We know that it's possible to confabulate under hypnosis, but it's very important for the hypnotist to put in safeguards to prevent that from happening. And James Harder, Dr. James Harder, was very skilled at doing hypnosis.
The session was taped. It was observed by 2 psychiatrists, 3 actually, a whole team of reporters, other researchers, my brother. There was quite a few people present. You know, everything was properly conducted.
There's no reason really to believe that it did not occur the way he recalled it. He had a lot of conscious recall of what had occurred, and he just filled in some of the details.
You have listened to the description that he gave us of his ordeal. What are your comments, your reactions in comparison with past cases?
Well, I was struck by the fact that he described these beings that didn't look quite human. He described them precisely the way another person has described them who had a similar experience. Now, this case has not been published anywhere, and no case like it that I know of has been published, so it's something that Travis could not have read anywhere. And the descriptions are identical.
We have the core experience, and that is what is so important here.
Not too long after the incident happened, you know, many investigators, other than the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, most notably Dr. J. Allen Hynek, a number of other people who were very active in the field at the time, who have either passed away or retired from the field. But one person really comes to mind was Stanton Friedman, a nuclear physicist who you know, it takes a very scientific approach to investigation of such things.
My focus is on facts and data and evidence, not on sensationalism. And I haven't had a case citing myself, so I'm not talking about, look at me, look what I saw, look what I did. And I specialize in using archives and places like that. And I think that's important, that as a nuclear physicist, I demonstrate that you can be scientific when dealing with something as kind of off the wall as flying saucers or off the sky.
Stan does his homework, and he does his field work too. He came out there, visited me in my home, spoke to the people involved, investigated the site.
That's what I'm known for. I check on things, and I have what I call a big gray basket. Not black, not white, maybe. People want a yes or a no answer. Do you believe this or don't? I say, I don't know enough. In many cases, if somebody tells you a story for 2 minutes and I'm supposed to make a judgment, no, that's not the way we nuclear physicists act. At least this one doesn't.
The true watchdog of truth is someone who advocates objectivity, open-minded examination. You neither accept nor reject until all the evidence has been properly evaluated. And that's all the evidence, pro and con.
No matter what your perception of something is, or your belief, or your opinion, or your speculation, if you want to do the job right, just follow where the evidence takes you. And no matter where it leads you to, no matter what kind of an outcome or result, whether you like the outcome or not, you will always stay credible if you follow the evidence.
The uniqueness of Travis's case is that there's certain aspects you don't see in many other cases. For one, there were several other people who saw him being zapped. It wasn't one man's testimony.
The one-witness cases with no physical evidence are pretty easy just to kind of put aside and say, well, I can't say either way. You've got one person telling me a story. Now, when you have 7 people telling you the same story, and those 7 people are all passing on the relevant questions in not just one polygraph, but multiple polygraphs, I don't know of another case. I do not know of any other UFO type of a case that has that much empirical evidence in its favor, just solely based on the polygraph.
Back in those early 70s, there were not...
Hey, Mike, good news. A house just popped up on the MLS. Do you have time for a quick video tour?
We're a little tied up right now.
No worries. I'll send you a video walkthrough and we can go through it when you free up. We can talk through timeline and next steps as well.
Okay, thanks. That'll be fantastic.
Oh, wow. This place has the kind of space you've been looking for.
Yeah, space. Space would be great.
Expertise. Just one of the many ways an agent who's a realtor works for you.
Not too many polygraph examiners in the state of Arizona. And local law enforcement, small agencies, depended upon either Phoenix Police Department or Tucson to furnish that type of expertise.
I was a police officer for a number of years, and when the Department of Public Safety was instituted in 1968, there were certain things that they were going to furnish in some scientific field, question documents and things like that, and polygraph. They tested several of us, and the outcome was that I was number 1 on the list, and then I was sent to New York to a polygraph school in New York City. This was in the fall of 1971, and I've been doing polygraphs ever since.
Cy Gilson, whose opinion was pretty well known and respected as a polygraph examiner. We had used him on other matters, criminal matters and stuff, and always with good results.
We had a meeting of the 6 crew members and the sheriff. Travis's older brother, I think his name was Dwayne, I believe, in the chow hall at the jail. And they finally agreed that they would all submit to this exam. I did tell them briefly what it was like, what was going to be attached to their bodies and why, and gave them some kind of an idea what they were going to go through during this test.
They came in and talked to us. We got into an argument with them, you know. Some of us have been in trouble with the law before.
I was more scared this day that we came to this courthouse than the day that I seen Travis get zapped. This was the most horrible day because I just knew that we weren't coming out of this.
There was one young man, he was the youngest of the group, sat over sort of to the side and didn't have much input or anything to say. And from past experience with interrogations and so on, someone like that is more likely to admit that it's a sham or whatever. So he's the one I wanted to choose first, because if it was a sham, it would save a lot of time and effort on my part and everybody else. Steve was his first name, but I don't remember the last name.
I always thought they just took Steve because he was young and the most scared.
You know, I was the first one to take a polygraph test because they thought I would crack.
I usually can get a pretty good idea as I go through the exam to know whether or not the questions are profitable in the sense that he's responding to certain specific questions, and then I would have a conclusive examination. And frankly, when I finished with him, I was quite surprised myself because he was passing the exam.
And we were there until 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. And then the guy tried to walk out without letting us know anything. I didn't like that, so I chased him down. And I told him, you know, we have to know.
I tested each one of them down the line, and they all come out on the positive side. They were being truthful to those relevant questions.
5 of them passed. One of them is inconclusive merely because of the person's general nervous tension.
One young guy, I think he was a red-haired fellow. His name was Dallas. That's his last name. And he had been in some minor scrapes or something with the law prior to that. So he was a little bit dubious about taking the exam to start with. He did not cooperate with me at all. They have to cooperate in the sense that they have to sit still, no movements, listen to the questions, one-word answer, and so on. And he was doing anything he could to disrupt the tracings, which he did, and his test was inconclusive. As far as conclusive examinations of polygraph of tests, the fact that the 5 that I did test, and they all come out passing the exam in the way that they did, would probably eliminate to the most degree that there'd be one lying and get past me. That would be, I think, impossible in itself.
One of the first polygraph examiners to review the case was Edward Gelb, who in 1978 was president of the American Polygraph Association. He came to the conclusion that the possibility of 5 people telling the same story, passing a polygraph test, and not telling the truth would be 1,000,000 to 1.
That's extremely important. There's a lot of controversy about lie detector tests. Some people state that an honest person can tell the truth and fail. A sociopath can lie and pass. But it would be extraordinarily difficult for 5 people initially to pass that test. Eventually, the 6th did take the test and pass, and Travis and his brother also passed lie detector test after lie detector test.
If that's not sufficient evidence concerning this UFO incident, what are we doing convicting people and condemning them to death on the basis of less testimony than that?
If you only had the evidence of the polygraph, you still have the most well-documented case in UFO history. We also have the tree growth in the immediate vicinity. In the summer of 2014, we went back to the site to do a field survey. It's been so many years since the original incident that we really did not expect to find anything there. But while we were on the site, a discovery was made.
The calculations show that these trees were producing wood fiber at 30-something times the rate they had in the previous 85 years. Other trees exhibited the same kind of changes, and the effect diminished the farther you got from that spot.
Not only was there an extreme growth rate to some of these trees around the clearing, but it seems that there's also a directionality to them.
I started checking stumps at the 4 corners of the compass and discovered that there was a swelling and a thickening of the growth rings in the direction that the craft had been, and not on its opposite side. That was where the thickness of the rings were at the minimum.
Travis and some of the original people who did the first surveys had posited that possibly the cell growth was caused by radiation. I took that a step further and did some digging to see if there's been any academic studies done on radiation and tree growth, and I found at least 1 or 2 related to the Chernobyl incident. A university out of Poland did a study in 1997 that found trees that were exposed to radiation after Chernobyl had grown up to 3 times in volume of accelerated growth as compared to previous years. Our field survey and finding this directionality and possible connection to radiation opened a whole lot of new doors that need to be explored. We're really hoping that we can get certain universities that are experts in tree ring growth involved in this to see if we can actually see if there is a connection.
I think it's important for people to recognize, the weight of evidence that these things do happen.
If you go online and look for UFO reports, you will find in North America alone about 12,000 sightings a year. Now, that doesn't mean they're all alien craft, obviously, but there's a lot going on every single day. Every day. And people are seeing truly inexplicable things happening.
I mean, how could you possibly believe that we're the only beings in this universe, It's not, there's no way.
We've come a long way in our understanding about the odds of life elsewhere. With, 100 billion stars in the Milky Way? Conservatively, if there was only 10 planets per star, we're talking about 1,000 billion planets. Not all of which would be, life-supporting, of course, but there's just enough believability, just enough numbers of reports to sort of nudge people in the direction of accepting that we're not alone.
The public is becoming more aware and more accepting that there is life out there in the universe, in our galaxy, in fact, and that life has traveled to our Earth.
At the same time, I'm always careful to say that not everything that's reported is of this nature. I think it is important to retain a degree of healthy skepticism.
I personally have seen at least 3 different objects that I can't explain doing very unconventional maneuvers in the sky. Does that make me a believer? Do people ask if I'm a skeptic? I don't like those terms because I think everyone should be skeptical.
We need skeptics. We need intelligent people with a skeptical attitude about this because this is a strange field.
But a debunker is someone who is out there to tear people's stories down, to ridicule people, so that the people will either just go away and take their stories with them, or will be forced into a situation where they'll admit that they made it all up, even though they didn't.
4 basic rules for UFO debunkers. And Travis has run into all of these. Don't bother me with the facts. My mind's made up. What the public doesn't know, I'm not going to tell them. If you can't attack the data, this is particularly true in Travis's case, attack the people. And do your research by proclamation. Investigation is too much trouble.
It's so funny because I've gone on a lot of times with some debates with some of these debunkers, and you're extraterrestrial, you say. I said, I didn't say it was extraterrestrial. I said, maybe it is. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? All I'm saying is that this is what people saw. This is what was reported. This is what the photographic evidence backs up, the radar evidence, whatever it is, whatever particular case it is. You can speculate all you want is to figure out what it was. We know what it wasn't.
They begin with the idea that if it's unproven, that's the absolute equivalent of disproven. And, if you think about it, that's pretty absurd.
They know that UFOs aren't real. They absolutely know it as empirical fact. How cool is that?
They will reach and they will stretch and they will find anything that they think will make some kind of sense to somebody as a way of explaining. Their whole job is, we must explain this away.
Certainly one of the most successful propagandists of the second half of the 20th century was Philip Glass. And his area of propagandizing was almost anything strange, but especially UFOs.
He, through the 50s and early 60s, had never read anything on the topic of UFOs. But he had already predetermined that anyone who believed that this had happened was a crank or a kook. Those were 2 of his favorite words.
He sat in a very privileged position. He was senior avionics editor for Aviation Week and Space Technology, based in Washington, D.C. So the go-to guy for any media people who needed anything.
Glass was a man who was extremely well connected. Years before the Travis Walton case, Glass worked very hard to destroy the reputation of one of America's leading atmospheric physicists, a man named James McDonald, who was a fearless, brilliant, tireless UFO investigator researcher.
To kill the character of people if you couldn't attack their findings was something that Philip became very good at. I think Philip contributed directly to the suicide of Dr. James McDonald, one of the finest and most courageous scientists in the history of trying to get UFOs into the public mindset.
Class also did the same thing with Stanton Friedman. I discovered a letter in the archives, in the Canadian National Archives, when Friedman moved to Canada back in 1979. Class wrote a scandalously scathing, libelous letter to the Canadian National Research Council trying to destroy Friedman's reputation there.
He carried on what I would call a personal vendetta against Travis. He hadn't talked to any of the witnesses during that, or naturally not. That wasn't his style.
There were some rather underhanded tactics being employed, altering quotations to reverse the meaning of things that people said, and even misquote to make it seem that they were saying something they didn't.
Philip Class did contact me, and I took him out to the scene. We spent a day out there. He brought a Geiger counter out with him, and we went to the scene, and he checked it out.
I received a phone call from Philip Glass, and he told me who he was and what he was looking for and information, and he started asking me questions. I had some input with regard to Mr. Glass beforehand, so I asked him if he would just put all the questions and stuff in writing and send it to me. I'd be happy to answer his questions, but I never did receive any letters from him.
Philip Class was extremely thorough in digging. I mean, he called former employers, everything, but he connected with anything. And here, I am the main person involved. Never attempted to even phone me. Never attempted to write a letter or anything.
So there is no concern with truth or with people's reputations or anything like that. That's the way he was. And I say that I met with him. We've even had some meals together where we agreed not to talk about UFOs, frankly, but most of the time.
What the crew did was get together and sign a joint letter challenging Philip Class to a new polygraph test that the crew would take. And it would have to be an examiner that was mutually agreed upon, so that that in the aftermath, when we passed, which we would, there could be no criticism that the evidence was tainted in any way. Now, he would have to pay for the test if we passed. We would pay for them if we flunked. So he's got nothing to lose by accepting. He wound up basically not really accepting it because he couldn't back it up.
Phil's approach was very straightforward. You start with the assumption there can't be anything to flying saucers. So every case has a prosaic explanation, he claimed.
He initially stated that Travis Walton must have been out in a cabin in the woods, and that when his brother took him to Phoenix for medical exams, the puncture wound on the backside of his elbow must have been an indication that Travis was injecting LSD.
He knows that Travis didn't have the experience, therefore it must have been something else. And one of his pet theories was Travis and the other men who he was working with had a contract to log a certain amount of lumber over the course of a year.
He settled in on the idea that Mike Rogers was in deep trouble with his contract, and he had to invent this story in order to get out of it.
And so they came up with this perfectly rational story of Travis being hit by a beam of light from a UFO, and that's the excuse that they gave for trying to get out of the contract.
That would get us out of the contract, and I'd get my 10% retention, and everybody get paid, and we can make it through the winter, see? It was wrong on every count, every single count.
I knew that they were having trouble with the contract. I knew that. But you see, I also know that doing some stunt like that is not going to get you out of the contract. It just ain't.
It was a hounding that went so far as to urge a federal criminal investigator to come and try to force Mike to sign a confession. And Mike got written affidavits from the contracting officers from the Forest Service stating clearly that there's absolutely no way that Mike could have benefited and actually was harmed in many ways by this incident having happened.
You know, just like Philip Class when he offered me the $10,000. That was a lot of money back in the 70s.
Steve Pierce who was the youngest member of the work crew that Travis Walton was on, stated that Philip Klass offered him $10,000 in order to say that this was a hoax.
$10,000 is a nice amount of money today. In 1980, that was a really nice chunk of money. And particularly if you're a young guy like Steve Pierce was at the time, who was struggling financially, could have used the money.
He flew, we discovered later, to Texas, tracked Steve down, even though he was operating under his middle name, Jeff, and took him out to dinner and expended a tremendous amount of time and effort and money to try to persuade him to take the $10,000 bribe.
Why would any normal citizen go through jumping through such hoops to get someone to debunk this case? Another thing to consider with Klass are the people that he consorted with. Now, one of these was a man named Donald Menzel. Before there was Klass, Menzel was America's leading debunker of UFOs. Menzel was an astronomer at Harvard University. Doesn't get any better than that.
A highly respected academic who wrote a number of books under the pose of, a skeptical academic looking at UFOs as misinterpretations of natural phenomena and things.
But there was a secret life to Donald Menzel also that nobody, or very few people, knew about. Donald Menzel was very well connected to the NSA.
I had to get permission from 3 different people to look at Menzel's papers at Harvard, and discovered to my total shock that he wrote Jack Kennedy, President Kennedy, whom we knew because Kennedy had been on the board of overseers at Harvard, and his area of interest was astronomy. There's one area where he may be able to provide special assistance, and that has to do with the very special National Security Agency. And he tells Kennedy,